Today we're going to talk about building an information security program. This is David Rauschendorfer, your cybersecurity resource, and this is the first step in having the building blocks necessary to advance to the additional modules where we will get into further detail about processes and procedures used in building your security program. But first, building an information security program. You have your organizational policies, your departmental procedures, and your IT standards and guidelines. You need all three of these to build an effective operational information security program. These individually will help document and identify departmental procedures while driving approved standards and guidelines to meet security objectives across organizational information assets. The initial organizational policies are going to cover all of your thou shall not statements. You're going to be setting the guidance or the left and right parameters of how much risk the organization is willing to accept, or what is the organizational risk appetite. This is going to be what drives those processes and helps establish those standards and guidelines. First comes down to understanding the organizational culture as it sits today. Do you have a top-down leadership where everyone has a role in securing the sensitive data across the enterprise, which is just across the whole organization? So the tone needs to be set by the leadership, by who's ever managing those individual departments and all the way up the C-suite. There needs to be a tone set where everybody takes responsibility for their security practices and owns up to the risk that their procedures could be introducing into the organization. So leadership owning up into signing off on those information security policies helps drive the standard and further develop the security culture needed to ensure secure practices across all of the business lines. Working to define the employee's role in security can be done in multiple facets to ensure it's clearly defined and documented throughout your process in developing the departmental procedural documentation. We'll get more into what that is going to entail and what the focus of those documents will provide as we move through this program. Ensuring you have an appropriate information security presence throughout the organization is key to developing the culture and security mindset across each business unit. Utilizing things such as security posters, screensavers, maybe a security corner in the organization's newsletter, all provide and impact the presence that information security and the cybersecurity team have with the different business units, departments, or what have you across the organization. When you're looking at meeting the governance requirements, some of the things that you can look at is your organizational hierarchy. Now, this is really going to vary on the type of organization you are, the size of organization you are. It's really going to drive that hierarchy. One of the key factors to look at when it comes to information security is that there should be a security officer with a direct connection to senior leadership. So if there is a CEO, a CIO, a Chief Information Officer, or Chief Technology Officer, usually a information security officer would report to them depending on the size of the organization. If you're small, maybe you are the practice manager and you're driving the operations and you just hold various hats. And now are realizing that information security is one of those hats that you have to maintain. So that security officer should have a leading role, and their roles and responsibilities should be defined within their job description and communicated out so that everyone across the organization knows who to reach out to in the event that there are security issues. Even though some organizations may outsource and utilize services such as a vCISO, which is a virtual Chief Information Security Officer, so that they can leverage the expertise needed to have somebody in that role without having them in on a full-time basis. That's completely fine as long as the organization itself, somebody that is internal to them, are holding the title of the security officer. You can outsource the work, but you can't outsource the responsibility. That gets into managing risk, which we'll go over in a risk management program. So another thing with working on meeting your governance requirements is then using that information security officer to drive security practices. And you do this often by making sure that they're in communication with and working alongside the various leadership and management across the organization, who often can be brought together in something like an IT steering committee, allowing them to have a say and a voice in all of the key decisions that are made about how the information technology will be used for the organization. Having a committee such as this, or introducing security type information and IT projects into current management meetings, is a great way to start building that security culture, letting them know what security is taken care of, what risks the organization is facing, should all be communicated and often discussed within your IT steering committees. Looking at establishing your organizational security policies. In the first block here, we have selecting your framework. So this can often be driven by the type of data that you're going to be processing. Now, if you're in the healthcare market, you obviously have to stay within the HIPAA realm and all of the regulations for security and privacy that entails. There are some security frameworks that work very well with meeting all of your regulatory requirements. So it's not something where if you are under a HIPAA requirement, you have to specifically follow the HIPAA framework in establishing your security program. You can easily use other frameworks such as NIST CSF in order to meet those regulatory requirements, but establishing a standard framework to how the information system is managed across the organization. So you are going to take some time to identify and select that framework. There's additional items that are addressed there, working with any payment card information and all of those all need to be reviewed and looked at so that you understand what regulatory requirements you're facing so that you can select an appropriate framework to follow there. You're going to be able to present that to leadership on what your recommendation is and allow them to take some buy-in there. So if you are going to use, an additional framework, be it, ISO 27000 series or NIST CSF or high trust per se, be able to have that conversation with your leadership and ensure that they're on board with following that framework. And then you're going to be able to follow along with that chosen framework. Things like NIST CSF make it easy to follow with their categories and subcategories, and then identifying kind of the policies that you need to address throughout that framework in order to meet those requirements, and just completing and filling out a fully documented policy set. So initially here, selecting a framework, we started to talk about the initial ones being regulatory requirements. Again, if you're working with payment card information or patient health information, all of those things are going to require specific regulatory requirements that you have to adhere to, even depending on the state that you live in. So you're going to need to understand what those are when you come to selecting a framework. Implementation requirements. Several frameworks can be utilized to account for regulatory requirements while driving best security practices. Some will even help by further defining kind of different implementation specifications. And by that, it's meant to say, this is how you would go about by implementing this security control. And it gives you a little better guidance, using a framework like a NIST CSF. So you're going to look at where all those regulatory requirements are met, and going to look at any of those implementation requirements. So understanding that framework that you've chosen, what that means for the risk posture of the organization, and being able to identify, the policies that are required to adhere to that. One factor is always going to be cost when it comes into these aspects, depending on what your business model is. You may want to go through a certification process. Maybe you're looking at a SOC 2 as a hosting provider. Maybe you're looking at maybe a high trust certification if you're a vendor delivering products or services and are looking to show the market that you are secure processes and secure practices when handling sensitive data. But there is a cost factor that comes into all of those. So depending on the benefit that it has for your organization, it may make sense to go after some of these certifications that are out there. But again, for general practices, looking at just additional frameworks, there can be less of a cost factor. The more robust the framework, there may be more security controls and technology that would be required to meet those requirements. So you want to make sure that the framework that you're selecting really meets the business needs in what you're looking to drive secure practices through. So getting leadership buy-in, again, on those policies, you want to make sure that you have a full leadership support, that they understand the policy set, because it's them that are really going to drive that culture based on their perception of security, their perception on the security policies that are being implemented for the organization, and their understanding of what that means for them and their role. So you really want to make sure that you're in line with them, have clear communication with that leadership, and have full buy-in and backing as you work to drive the initial stage being your policy set of your information security program. Those security sanctions are always a key aspect that leadership needs to have buy-in on. That's one way that they actually set the tone of security for the organization, is how they are going to discipline the resources across the organization if they do not adhere to these policies that we're setting forth and putting in front of them. So, depending on the current state of your culture, you can be very hard on this, or, again, in many instances, it often makes more sense that, violators will be mandated to take some additional training so that they have some aspects that they can actually, get retrained on, make sure that they're aware of the proper processes, and then kind of let them go on. And that can be a part of what gets established when you're defining your sanctions policy, or what those disciplinary actions are going to be. And any exceptions to policy. So a lot of the things that you may set up in the actual policy set, there may be different business units or business reasons why one part of the organization, one department, one business process isn't able to adhere to that policy set. So we would call this an exception to policy. And that's going to happen. You can't create a policy set that's going to make everything fit inside of that box. So you just want to set up what the standards are going to be in the policy, and understand that there are likely going to be exceptions, and we're just going to document those as part of the risk process. And there's ways to adhere to those, and just making sure that management's aware of that, right? So if it is a critical risk or does cause a more serious risk to the organization by having this exception, then that should go all the way up the chain, and senior leadership should sign off on that exception request, saying, we understand that there is more exposure, potential exposure there, but we want to continue operating in this way. So, you find additional ways to try and mitigate that risk in different ways wherever possible, but exceptions are going to come up. And leadership should have a process there where they understand that this risk is happening, so they should have a part in that exception process. Developing policies, following the framework. So utilizing the framework categories and subcategories. Again, so if we're using something like a NIST CSF, you can look them up. You can download what their categories, domains, categories, and subcategories are going to be, and be able to take a look at that. And we're going to kind of walk through how you would set that up when you're going through this process in the next modules as well. So we're not going to spend a ton of time on it here, but we're going to follow that framework, and we're going to walk through how that looks in developing your information security policy set. You make sure you get the organizational buy-in, so allowing for the organization to have that buy-in, often through discussing some of these policies in your IT steering committee. One that's often a fun conversation is the lockout times, right? So that's very common. We can say, hey, we want your computer to lock out every 5 minutes when there's no activity. And then, in some locations and some places and departments, they're going to say, well, I don't want my computer to ever lock out. I want to be able to go to lunch and come back and my computer's still logged in. And, so you have to be able to let people understand where that comes from, and why it's important to follow certain policy sets and what that means for the organization. So allow the management staff to have that organizational buy-in as you go through the policy development process. Oftentimes, as you work through your framework, there may be some additional operational policies that aren't quite covered in the framework that you've laid out and chosen to follow. And by this, I mean, in today's workforce, there's a lot of remote people that work from home in different locations across the country, across the world. And so we need a way to actually govern those and kind of set up some requirements for those individuals. And so we may have some things like a remote workforce policy where we have some of the requirements about their work environment or whatever you have there. And you may have them sign off on that during new hire training so that they're aware that, they're taking on that responsibility by the organization allowing them to work remotely. Things like that. Also, your acceptable use policy is something that is often separated from your main set, just because, again, it could just be in your handbook or something that you're signing and taking a look at, saying, yes, I did receive this. But that is that acceptable use of working with the organization's equipment. So what are the requirements when getting online? What kind of things can they pull up and look at, and different things of that nature. And that's making sure that they're aware of what those rules are, so that when something happens and you go to invoke the sanctions policy, that you can say, yes, you were made aware, you signed saying that you received this document that said these are the rules, and you broke the rules. Let's go through some training and talk about what appropriate use is, things of that nature. Implementing organizational security policies. So really, communication is big here. There's a couple places that you can do ongoing communication for your policy set once it's approved and signed off by management and you're ready to kind of implement it. One key location is going to be any new hire introduction. Again, some of those outside policies may need signing, or just understanding, what the core policy sets are for the organization, so that they have them to reference. This may seem very overwhelming to a new hire, or oftentimes to individuals that are not very technical savvy. But one thing to ease their mind and to help them along with this process is to ensure them that when it gets down to their individual role and what they're going to be doing and delivering for the organization, there's going to be some security operational procedures that are going to be more explicitly in line with what their role is asking them to do. And so those policies are going to be followed within that procedural documentation. So as they do any role-based training, you can use some of these procedures that we're going to get into here in the future as you document them per department, and use that in your role-based training as you bring in new hires as well. So there's a couple places there where all of that training is really going to be essential when you're bringing on new resources. Ongoing access, so reviewing the policy once will not always ensure it's committed to memory, right? Especially when they're going through the new hire process. They may be doing a lot of different paperwork. They're just kind of signing their name on everything. So ensuring that they have ongoing access and that they're made aware of where that is. Maybe if there's a SharePoint site or some type of internal intranet, that they know where those files live and they know that they can go and review them and have access to that information. So if they need to reference something, they can always bring that back up. So resource security roles. So while it's very important to ensure that you integrate into their organizational role, right, what they're going to be doing for the company, it's important to understand that their position plays a role in information security. And so you really drive that home in any ongoing training as well as new hire training. All of your departmental managers should be training their resources on what those security procedures are. And as we walk through it and talk about the procedures, you'll learn that we're going to help drive and create those for these individual departments. And so we want them to be usable for multiple facets so that they are more referenced more often. But it's going to be key that there's standard secure practices are utilized in all of those operational procedures. So understanding what those procedures are and documenting them are important at that departmental level. So tracking acknowledgement of policies, again, if you're looking at that sanctions policy or what those disciplinary actions are going to be, if you don't have a way to prove that you showed the resources what the rules are up front, then it's hard to hold them accountable for something that they are not aware of, right? So pushing that at the new hire introduction where they're signing off, saying that they were given this information is going to be key. Even using a basic sign-in sheet when going through any annual or new hire information security training is important. There's a ton of resources and portals out there where they have pre-formatted training modules that you can use for your organization. And they'll really help you and assist you in managing that ongoing training as well. So a lot of this training will have to be done on an annual basis. And it's a lot easier using a system or tool set to send that out, track all of that information, and get the roster of individuals who completed that training as well. Delivering training and awareness, regulatory requirements. So we talked about previously that there may be some regulatory requirements that you are facing due to the types of information that you're dealing with. The same comes with training, just as in when you select your framework. Certain of those regulations are going to require certain training to be done on an annual basis often. And so making sure that you understand what those requirements are that you're facing for training is key in selecting the right program, the right solution set, and the right training pattern to use for the organization. That learning management system is really where it's going to leverage that technology base that's out there to make sure that all of the training gets done in a timely manner and is more hands-off and automated and tracks all of the completion rates and everything of everybody so that you don't have to. It can be more set and forget, and you're just kind of up and making sure that everybody has completed it and running status reports. outside of any new hire training and annual training program, in order to kind of keep security top of mind, you always want to have resources available from the security team. If you have any type of newsletters, anything like that, we kind of talked about adding a security corner to highlight, any security news, industry security news. So an example would be like if you are a hospital and you are following different security publications and you notice that another hospital somewhere in the country had a security breach, you could maybe bring that up in the security corner and say, hey, this is another organization much like ours. They had a breach because of this, this, and this. We want to make sure we're always on top of these things and aware of the type of incidents that are occurring out there so that we don't fall into that trap and make the same mistakes. And we want to learn from other people's mistakes, right? And so we provide them that opportunity by showcasing, highlighting real life events that are taking place that are relatable. Again, any security posters around that you can use. I always like the screensavers where you can set up security screensavers as the organizational assets lock out for a minute. You can have the screensaver show up that kind of provides that security presence. All of this is going to promote good security practices and help in assisting driving that security-minded culture. So your management team are not the only people driving the culture. Everyone across the organization can assist in that. They all have their role in providing secure practices. They're really going to push this all the way down to the individual departments, and that's going to assist in providing accountability at the departmental level for all of those resources to hold each other accountable in ensuring secure practices are upheld. Any new business processes that develop from that point should follow security practices naturally. Once they're kind of built into the day-to-day practices, they just become second nature, and any new processes follow standard practices that were already utilized. So security practices and processes end up being built in. Identifying security events. So delineating employees' security responsibilities. They are your first line of defense. Your organizational resources are the ones that are likely to identify security events before anyone else. Providing them ideas and things to look for, such as the examples we previously spoke about, and other events during ongoing training, will assist in them spotting security events as they occur. Highlighting things such as coworkers requesting sensitive data when it's not really required for their role would raise some red flags. Ensuring that all of the resources understand that this is an inappropriate request and can highlight this to the security team to ensure that this resource is trained on what is needed for their role. Reporting security events. With defining and identifying a security officer for the organization and ensuring that everyone understands who that person is and what the role means, assists when it comes to reporting security events, as they should be the leading driver of accepting and identifying possible events as they come into the organization. Creating an open door policy and not sanctioning those trying to do the right thing. Also having clear communication channels so that everyone knows how to report potential incidents to the appropriate people. And also allowing for anonymous submission ensures that there's no fear of retribution. This allows multiple ways for potential security events to be highlighted and communicated up to the information security officer. Take those submissions seriously and follow up on every submission to identify if there are security incidents or a potential breach that could have occurred due to the events that are reported. Developing organizational security procedures. Defining roles by control matrix. So as you're getting ready to start documenting out the procedures for the organization, a key aspect is understanding who holds what responsibility over the security controls used in the day-to-day operations of each department. Common logical separation comes from varying organizational departments and separating these procedures to each functional area. There may be unique circumstances, but you know your business best and do what is appropriate for your operational basis. So understanding responsibilities and understanding who holds what responsibility and the decision-making authority around those security controls. This is going to be defined in your roles by control matrix. Ensuring department leaders understand that they're not responsible for managing every security responsibility, but can be a part of the decision-making authority. Just because they log in to the network does not mean that they are responsible for all of access control. Documenting these roles and creating the roles by control matrix for utilizing that organizational framework will be key in identifying who's responsible, accountable, consulted with, or just informed about the changing security control environment across the information technology used by the department. This is an example of a roles by control matrix. You're going to take the security framework that your organization has selected and follow that framework down the left-hand side. This is going to ensure that all of the security controls used to meet your framework requirements are clearly defined and understood. Across the top, you can identify all of the varying departments, teams, or hierarchy setup that you're going to delineate who holds what role for each security control across the organization. All of these steps are precursor steps to ensuring that you are understanding the overarching intent and purpose and the connection, so once finalized, you can have a complete information security program. So now with your roles and controls matrix developed, you can outline your departmental procedures. First is creating a template, again utilizing the security framework chosen. You can walk down all of the security controls that were identified throughout your policies and identify how and what process is going to be utilized to meet that policy requirement. Initially, document controls utilized across the organization, which means that oftentimes either your department or the IT department are the ideal candidates to go first as the guinea pig used by the organization. So starting off with those departments gives you a good idea of what needs to be followed and how to appropriately scale the additional departmental procedures. With that, once those core departments are finalized, you can scale the additional departmental requirements down to what their responsibilities are with the processes that they follow today. Focus on those departmental procedures, not on the organizational-wide controls. You want to look to understand what their business processes are, what tools and functions they're utilizing across those processes, and how secure those tools and solutions are with processing, transmitting, storing, or transferring any data that belongs to the organization. As you go through the individual departments, you're going to easily identify the exceptions to policy that the department is facing. There's nothing wrong with having these exceptions, but it'll be key to identify them all up front. So any of those exceptions are processes that do not align to your organizational policies. They should be easily identifiable as you discuss the departmental processes. And as you are documenting the processes, don't force every square peg into a round hole. Business is fluid and you need to be able to operate around certain aspects. Find ways to mitigate the risk and allow the business to continue their processes. The risk exception process is going to highlight any exceptions to policy to ensure they are approved by the appropriate risk acceptance authority, meaning somebody in the C-suite should likely sign off saying that they understand that this department has to operate in a way that exists outside of what the policy mandates. They're going to highlight the mitigating controls and utilize to reduce the risk of the exposure of any data to outside sources. Next, we're going to get into establishing the IT standards and guidelines. Understanding the standards and guidelines themselves. So when it gets into the standards, they're a formal requirement for managing technical systems. This is your information technology. It establishes the baseline for new solutions brought into the organization. Anything that you are working with, sharing data with, transmitting, processing, storing information on will have to adhere to these standards. The guidelines are general recommendations that provide structure for achieving compliance with the standards themselves, and they cover processes not requiring more formal documentation. Oftentimes, a basic checklist may be all that is required to govern and ensure that the process is being followed in a secure format. Configuration management, that is the IT standards, should be used rather than out-of-the-box configurations. As you work with any third-party solutions, ensuring that they're meeting your IT standards is also best practice in ensuring you're conducting proper due diligence against those third parties that you're sharing data with. You have to build configurations that should provide desired functionality after the installation, ensuring that the business functions can still process while implementing the most appropriate secure practices across those functions. Extensive updating, adjusting, and adding of functionality may indicate a need to update the build configuration. So if you have a standard build for new laptops that come into your organization and you're identifying that it's a lot of requests coming in, that something needs to be updated, added, or continuously managed for a specific role, it may be time to identify a specific build for individual roles if there is a big enough need for that, or just updating the overarching build itself. Through establishing your IT standards and guidelines, we're going to be looking at structuring them into the 5 core layers. Secure configuration for your desktops, servers, application, databases, and network. Identifying what configuration standards are mandatory or optional. Throughout the additional modules, we're going to be walking through these, identifying how to complete the form that will be provided throughout this course, and how to structure this for your organization. There is a standard configuration matrix that we will walk through, and we'll look to cover through the 5 core layers. Some of them here being access configuration, file configuration, antivirus configuration, business continuity plans, disaster recovery configuration, encryption, and network configuration. When it comes to implementing your guidelines, ensure you're thinking in a secure lifecycle manner. You have the inception, where you're bringing new solutions into the organization and onto your network. Development, where you're developing best security practices into those solutions. Production, if you're managing production and test environments and all of that, ensuring that only the administrator has access to full rights in the production environment. Not everyone needs admin level access into that production environment. Conducting maintenance so that your configuration can be periodically tested to ensure it still is up to date with the latest patches and additional updates. As you go to retire any solutions, ensuring that you have a configuration that allows for archiving that data appropriately before reusing any of these assets. As you look at third-party solutions, any configuration that does not meet your requirements needs to either be modified by the vendor or an exception obtained Routine patching must be addressed as well and identified how that is going to take place and what level of access the third party may need to your network in order to conduct those patching exercises. As you're implementing your organizational security procedures, defining the employee's role in security is key. Identifying each responsibility for the department's processes and solutions utilized in their daily operations. They may be using security practices every day that they're not aware of because it's just a part of their standard process. Explain to them what they're currently utilizing in their daily functions, highlighting the fact, if possible, that they are not cumbersome and time-consuming. You're going to document any of these responsibilities, document the workflows utilized in managing the department's key data elements. So you have kind of a data flow diagram aligning the management processes to actively utilize security controls, how their data is being transitioned through security controls or possibly managed in certain aspects. Can be highlighted in this documentation. In communicating the responsibilities and stress that security is not adding to the department's workflow or workload, which is likely overburdened as it is, and ensures that department understands what security aspects they are responsible for. So the fact that they need to log out of their systems when they leave them at lunchtime or what have you, depending on what that department's processes are, locking up labs or different possible outcomes based on what those business processes are. So ensure that they understand what their responsibilities are when it comes to security and keeping things safe as you're documenting out these procedures. You're looking for ways to implement security standards to drive any of these informal processes. So there may be a number of cases where there's informal processes where they don't need documented, they're just kind of something that happens in their day-to-day workflows, but often comprised of several informal processes. They're not formally put into any procedural document. So you may want to look at utilizing a checklist for these where applicable, and just kind of list to drive out any informal processes, so that if the person that's there that normally does this suddenly is sick or can't make it to the office and somebody else needs to activate, bring up this machine or run this process, there's just kind of a checking statement that says, here's the process that you go through, just follow these steps. And somebody can easily fill in and work through all of that. It's also understanding that this plays part of your business continuity plan, having different roles train on different aspects so that they can fill in if needed in some of these disaster recovery procedures. So these checklists really help in driving that. They're going to align to all of your standards and guidelines, all of those things that were defined as your baseline. You're going to make sure that these checklists, all these informal processes, are still following security practices. The point of documenting out those checklists in kind of a to-do list there just ensures that those security elements are being done as a part of that very informal process. With this, and as you start to understand the business processes across each department, you can look to identify solutions that will assist them in driving their operations. So depending on the size of your organization, there may be several times where you're seen as the solutions expert. As you start to talk about these processes, you're going to understand each of the individual departments' workflows and what they're doing a little bit better than most, because there's often some separation between departments. Not everybody really understands what's happening in each other's departments, so you're going to have some insight knowledge there. And different departments may be utilizing similar processes, but utilizing different solution sets that maybe either have more functionality, more security controls built into them, what have you. But this is your opportunity to identify and look at a lot of these different solutions that are out there and say, hey, we're using 5 different solutions to accomplish pretty much the same task in these different departments. Let's work on identifying which one is the best, and really just hone down how many vendors we're giving access to our network and working with across these departments to do the exact same thing. So you really have your approved solutions list at that point. You can start to identify, these are the core solution sets that we've looked at, that we've assessed the risk on, have done some due diligence on, and are comfortable working with. That way the departments can go off of that list, and it just helps with the integration. It helps with the level of risk and exposure that the organization has by reducing the number of vendors you're working with. And it allows you to cut costs in many aspects by limiting multiple solutions that manage the same process. So you're really working to find some efficiencies just across business workflows, across the organizational departments, and put your kind of business analyst hat on as you work those. You're finding problems as they're telling you what their manual workflows are today, and you can possibly enhance them by utilizing solutions you already have. And this is really going to help in driving the budget and driving numbers down, creating efficiencies in workflows. Really can affect the bottom line, and so that's where security can really punch in and stake claim that, if done correctly, we can actually, help the bottom line by, creating these efficiencies. As you're going to need to maintain all of these security programs that you're putting into place, conducting annual security reviews against your security policies, to ensure that they cover your operational environment still. As business changes, you want to make sure that your policies are staying up to date and applicable to how the business is operating. Any changes need to be reviewed by that organizational management and approved by leadership before going into effect. Any of your departmental procedures should be reviewed on an annual basis with those departmental leaderships to identify any significant changes in workflows or solution sets that the department is utilizing in managing the organizational data, and identify any process changes that that could be happening on old solution sets as well. Are they transferring data in a separate format now? Is there something significant that's kind of changed in your previous standard operational workflows? And having that conversation is much easier, just kind of walking through what was initially documented. It shouldn't take that long on an annual basis then, because you're really only focusing on specific departmental processes, not something across the whole organization in that annual review. And it really changes, any changes that may require updates can come out of this, and again go through kind of management, or for those individual departments, again solidifying security processes are being followed and enhancing that business relationship between the department and security itself. Any updating of your IT processes and standards as you go through different software updates and new versions of software are implemented. Ensure that you're updating those standards. Track what the end of life for organizational software may be, and ensure that you have security patches remain available for everything. You don't want to be outdated in your IT standards, and this is something, as you bring on new individuals, you want to make sure they're following these same standards as well. So as technology updates, you need to always be changing those security solutions or enhanced. Review the controls that are implemented as solutions provide more functionality. Identify any cost-saving factors that you can drive for the business itself. An IT review of the IT department may need to go through this process a little more than annually. There may be some changes that happen through the technology and the solutions that the business is using that may drive this to be looked at a little more frequently within those core IT departments, or maybe security processes, as more security controls get implemented throughout the year to reduce the overarching risk of exposure for organizational data. So another key aspect to maintaining that security program is continuing to develop your security conscious culture, having that ongoing security presence, and it must be continuous to be building that security culture that you're looking for. Find creative ways to keep security top of mind. Funny security posters and screensavers and things of that nature. Keep security kind of in the conversation as you're working through items. Cultivating your security culture and providing end user training to reinforce any security awareness mindsets that you have. Reward and recognize those that are doing the right thing. Many people are trying to do the right thing. Even if they're doing it a little inappropriately, always reward them for working on doing the right thing, and you can always still show them and showcase, what steps to take in the future, and build that security community. Get away from the us versus them mentality, where you're walking through the halls of the organization and they say, oh, here comes that security person, lock down your computers and shut your doors so they don't think that we're exposing any data or anything. Really try and become that business partner rather than an us versus them mentality. Bring everybody together to solve common security problems so that you are that business partner. I hope this introduction to building your information security program was useful to you. We have many more modules to come in this to really walk you through developing that policy, the procedure, setting up your standards and guidelines, walking through your roles by control matrix. All of those things are yet to come. You're going to walk through them through this series. Please go ahead and move on to the next module. Hello, David Rauschendorfer here, your cybersecurity resource. And in this module, we want to go over your roles by controls matrix. And what that means is identifying who within your organization, what department, what area, what business unit holds what responsibility over the security controls that you're going to implement to manage the risk for your operations. So you can see here, this is the basic setup, again, following the NIST CSF framework for the controls. Now we can fill this out in different ways if you just want to identify who's holding what responsibility. You're going to take this top row up here and actually document out your organization. So you want to update that, modify it so it fits your organizational requirements. This can often be done by actually following your hierarchy. So if you have an org chart or something that's been issued, if you kind of follow that, it's oftentimes the best way to set this up initially. You may find there's other sections that you want to add, internal departments or things of that nature. So you're going to modify this to fit your organizational needs. And as you go to fill this out, we do have a legend here. We just set this up as a RACI model. Again, make sure it makes sense for your organization to follow that RACI model, depending on the size. But again, this shouldn't be anything that's new. Responsible, accountable, consulted, or informed. And then just documenting, those security controls. So the, access control policy or privilege management, who's going to actually control that. So, or be responsible for that, IT management and those type of things. So just documenting out that, they are the ones that are responsible for those. And it's going to play into a bigger aspect when we get into the roles and controls. So if this seems like a tedious task, it is definitely not. It is really the building blocks to identifying and understanding your procedural requirements as we get into documenting the SOPs for the organization and for the security processes and workflows that are being used across the organization, then you're going to be able to understand what departments, what areas of the organization need to be addressed, mostly from a security perspective, based on who holds what responsibility to these security controls, who you're going to connect with, who you're going to have to document out and work with to make sure that we're meeting industry standards on those controls and all of those aspects. So this is really a building block requirement, so it's not a tedious task that you're being asked to work through. Working through and documenting this is a key component to the overarching program development for your security program. So make sure you do take the time to fill this in, again, as it makes sense here, and then go ahead and work through the actual document. You can kind of see there's going to be all of those components that go through the NIST CSF controls requirements, and be able to kind of fill in this document, right? So should actually freeze this pane. Should have been on there for, but okay, so this is a very initial building block setup, giving us some understanding on who holds what responsibility across the organization for these security controls. It's going to assist us as we get into documenting these security controls for the organization and making sure we understand and that we have the same responsibility listed here is what's in process in that workflow. And so make sure we're documenting this. If there are any questions about it, make sure you just leave some comments below, and we'll be able to reach back out to you and address those questions as they come up. But make sure you continue to watch through these modules. Some of those questions are going to be answered, I'm sure, as we get into the procedure documents and how this all really plays a big role in pivoting those procedural documents. So thank you, and stay tuned for the next module. Hello everybody, it's David Rauschendorfer, your cybersecurity resource. And in this module, we want to talk about documenting your software and solutions for all of the organization, across the enterprise, across all the departments, business units, whatever you have set up, however scalable your organizational actually is. One of the ways that we're going to accomplish this, if you're not already using an automated solution, which this document actually has an additional purpose, so don't just skip this. If you are using an automated solution, make sure you understand what we will use this document for throughout developing your program, not just for documenting applications. So this is an application XREF template. We're starting here on the legend. So what this is going to do, as you can see, there's a number of tabs here down at the bottom. This would be for your main organization, headquarters, right? Headquarters servers, business units, or departments. However you may be separating your organization out. Maybe you'll just use one core document here. So what this is going to do, as you can obviously see, is going to document the application and the department, the owner of that application. The vendor, if there's a vendor involved, data type, what type of data is being pushed, managed, stored, transferred, transmitted, processed in that application, and then its priority for your disaster recovery business continuity purposes. right? So that's where this legend comes into play. So for this legend to make sense, you noticed, again, this first part is going to be who is the owner, the users, the manager, and who may feed that application, right? The data types there being non-sensitive, PII, personal identifiable information, patient health information, payment card information, and then your priorities, again, supporting your business continuity purposes as a priority rating here, and you can adjust these if needed. So that leads us back into this page as we talked about the initial aspects of this, what you're going to do or want to do to fill this out. If you do not have a list of applications for your organization, is just to start to document all of the ones that you know that are being utilized across the enterprise. Again, working with any IT departments is going to be key in this, as they're going to have a lot of ownership over many applications, most likely, that the organization itself is using. So you're going to initially start documenting all of those, filling in these fields here. Now, as we get over to the right-hand side, you're going to see there's a couple individual ones started here. So you have all employees, all departments. So at headquarters, again, you can break this out however you want. Oftentimes, again, if you have an org chart or a hierarchy that your organization is aligned to, most likely you're going to want to follow that in going through this. Oftentimes when it comes down to this, and even when documenting procedures as we start to break out departments, you may find that there are individual kind of business units working within departments that often drive priority revenue streams that often need their own set of documentation, or kind of working with them just as if they were their own department, even though they are a subset. So anyway, digress back to the applications here. You're going to want to document out all of those departments following that hierarchy across the top column here. So you can start understanding, again, as you see in this initial part here, these are all users, right? Going back to that legend reference. So who is the owner of the application? Who across the organization is using it? Who's the manager kind of contact? Are there other departments feeding that? Are we feeding data out to an application? What is that? So having that understanding of where that data is going and coming and who owns it is going to be key here. So it's pretty straightforward. You're just going to walk through all of those applications and doing this. Now, if you are using an automated tool in order to capture all of this, all of the applications, scanning your network and pulling that information down. One thing that often comes up as you start to document out the departmental procedures for your organization as we get further along into this program development workflow is going to be that you may find that they're using applications that they've found from third parties, that have never kind of gone through a formal indoctrination process because they're hosted externally. They didn't need to be linked into your network. So there's oftentimes when you're documenting out those workflows and talking to those departments that you start identifying additional applications that you weren't aware of, third-party solutions and applications that you're using as an organization that are not being documented or appropriately probably managed at this point. So, this document is handy for sharing out and using even if needed, depending on how you want to manage that process, where you can have a department fill out what applications they're using, unique to them type of thing as well. So that's basically what this is from the initial application documentation. You can
start documenting out any servers that you are responsible for, that you're hosting, where are those applications living, what department owns them, server host names, and start documenting this information, right? So Active Directory and what department network means. And you have your vendor there. So then you can start identifying where those servers are and the applications that live on them. So the additional tabs down here are just going to be for the business units. So it's the same thing that we just went over, exact same setup. The only thing is, it's just broken out. If you have, if you're large enough that you have additional business units that you want them to start documenting things such as this, and or if you have very independent departments, maybe. However this works best for you, these tabs were just broken out a little bit further down the chain so that you can continue to document that at the various levels, associating them to their actual location and where they're at and where people are using them. So that's what you're going to want to document here. Understanding where your data is, where it's going, and what it's doing is very important. And so oftentimes organizations think they have an understanding internally, but as we go through this process, we often find that data is flowing all over the place in manners that we're often not aware of. And so being able to start documenting this, understanding what solutions, what the business workflows are, how the departments actually operate, how the business operates, and kind of putting on that business hat and taking a look at a lot of this to understand where those critical data points are is going to be crucial in documenting and developing out your information security program. So if you want to protect your data, you got to know where it is and make sure you have the appropriate controls over it to safeguard that information, right? So, all right, hopefully this was helpful. I believe this is fairly straightforward. I don't think it needs anything more than what I just went over there. Use this as you see fit in this process. Again, if you have not documented any applications, this is going to be key for you to start putting some of this information together, and we'll build on it as we work through this development process. All right, if you have any questions, make sure you leave comments below, and I'll get back to you with responses right away. And the team will be supporting that. So hello everyone, welcome to this module. In this step, we're going to cover your operational policies. Now these are policies that in many cases, depending on your size of your organization, you may want to treat them differently. We're calling these ones out separately as operational policies because oftentimes you're going to want individuals to acknowledge receipt of these, actually sign saying that they acknowledge that they know where these policies are, that they've received them, that they've gone through their initial onboarding training, and this is a part of that. Okay, so we're pulling these out, and depending on the size of your organization, why I brought that up is because oftentimes you could even incorporate these into your employee handbook, where they're signing receipt on that initial training that they received, that handbook, and all of this is a part of that. Again, depending, scale this up, there are documents that you'll be able to download. And so just take those templates and walk through them. But the first one we're going to talk about here is your acceptable use policy. So what is really acceptable for the end user to do while working on company equipment, right? And so you're just laying out those standards and guidelines for them up front so they know what they are as they are being onboarded. Sanctions policy, if they go outside of that acceptable use, what could happen to them? Anything from initial training of what's appropriate to termination, up to termination. So it's just going to dictate that in your sanctions policy. So that's going to be available for you, and you're going to want to ensure individuals receive that, and that you're able to identify and show evidence that you had individuals acknowledge receipt of these. Teleworking, so this may not be applicable to the entire organization, but you may have certain individuals that are allowed to telework. So for those approved individuals, you're going to give them a teleworking policy that's going to outline the standards and guidelines for that, them being allowed to do that. And so you're going to need them to sign and acknowledge that for those where it applies for those individuals in your organization. So all of these policies are going to be available for you to download. You can customize them, make them, reword them, whatever you want to do there. Slap your logo on them and put them to work, whatever works there. If you do find instances where you're looking for additional policies that you may think would be operational policies that you're trying to come up with, just leave a comment down below, and we'll work on creating those and adding them to this repertoire as well, for yourself and other members, cybersecurity resources that can use this going forward. All right. Hopefully that's helpful. If you have any questions about any of these as you download them and look through them, please just reach out, let me know, and I'll respond and get a response back to you in whatever that question may be. So other than that, go ahead and download them and get them to work, and we'll see you on the next module.
Welcome to Building Your Information Security Policy. In this module, we are going to cover the step-by-step process to developing your security policy for your organization. Throughout this training, I've elected to use the NIST CSF framework. Current version is NIST CSF 1.1. And I'll continue to update this policy template as new changes come out to the framework. So this policy will be available to you for download. Make sure you download that and be ready to follow along. But this is a baseline template. So we're going to get into all of the different pieces of the actual policy itself and just walk through what it's going to take to actually complete this for your organization. So on the initial page here, you can see we're starting out with an introduction. Now this policy set, after being reviewed and approved by management, often gets included in your new hire training. And you're going to want to deliver this to all of your resources to ensure that they're aware of what these organizational policies are. And because of that, we want to ensure that we're providing them a good background and purpose for what this policy is intended to be used for and the requirements behind it. So you can see here in the background, it's saying that we are using this policy for all of the systems that are present and could potentially expose company information. And we're also highlighting, you can see it there in bold, that the organization does take these policies very seriously. And if a resource does not comply with these and they're negligible, there could be significant impacts to them, as in basic corrective active training, all the way up to further sanctions such as being terminated from the organization for not complying with these policies. So it's really setting the tone that they need to understand these and take these seriously. Now, as you go through and actually complete this process and customize these for your organization, in some cases, the policy set can become very large. And so it's not always practical to believe that every resource is going to read this entire document. But a good thing to remember is with the structure that we're setting up here is that all of these policies are going to come into practice throughout the departmental procedures and really show each resource how they apply to their individual role. So the next section here that we get into is just a policy introduction. Like I said, we're using the NIST CSF framework. The introduction kind of goes over the core domains that are in that framework, being identify, protect, detect, respond, recover. One of the benefits of using a framework like NIST CSF is it's established in a manner that usually makes it a little bit more comprehensive, a little easier to follow along with and understand for your average users as well as for the management staff. So it's just giving a high-level policy introduction of the things that we're going to be covering throughout the policy set. And then it goes straight in to each of the domains. So you can see here the first one being identify. It's giving a introduction to that actual domain and the things that are going to be covered within that kind of function or domain. And so it gives some basic informational guidance on what's going to be covered there. And then it really gets into each of the categories of that function or domain. And then it goes straight in to each of the domains. So you can see here the first one being identify. It's giving a introduction to that actual domain and the things that are going to be covered within that kind of function or domain. And so it gives some basic informational guidance on what's going to be covered there. And then it really gets into each of the categories of that function or domain. So within the NIST CSF framework, there are the individual domains, which can also be identified as functions. That's why you hear me going back and forth about them. Those are the first 5 that we went over there. Then it gets into categories. Now, each one of these items that are high-level items underneath each of the domains is a category. And then within each category, there's particular things that need to be addressed, and those are called subcategories. So you can see here, like on 2.1, as we get into it here, asset management is the first category under identify. Each one of these bullet points here are going to be a subcategory that's going to be called out within the framework. So let's just take this piece by piece. So first we have asset management, the data, personnel, devices, systems, and facilities that enable the organization to achieve business purposes are identified and managed consistent with their relative importance to the business objectives and the organization's risk strategy. So in your policy set, these are really high-level statements. You don't want to get this to the level of detail that it's more of a process document, but we can add some further context to each one of these subcategories as it's relevant to your organization. You may elect to leave these policy statements just how they are, and this is really depending on how you want to manage it and what level of detail, how large you want this policy to get. But remember that in a policy, it really should be high level, kind of thou shall not statements. You don't want to get into all of the nuts and bolts. That's where we get into the process documents, right? So just to start going down these, we have physical devices and systems within the organization are inventoried. Okay, that's simple enough. If you're going to expand on that, how does your organization manage its inventory? You could be a fairly small organization, and you could just be tracking that on an Excel document. There will be an Excel document that is kind of templatized that will be available for you to download that allows you to kind of track those things, right? Many organizations do track all of their inventory. This is a common security gap that is found in organizations, and one of the pieces that often gets left out is we want to know what the criticality of those systems are. So you can see under asset management that assets are identified and managed consistent to their relative importance. So when I say criticality, oftentimes it's what type of data is being processed by those assets. So is it basic kind of organizational data that's maybe just sensitive? Is it public data? Is it patient data? So you're going to establish the criticality of your assets based on the data that transfers through them as well as their importance to the organization. So maybe there are assets that are storing, processing, transmitting sensitive data, but they are very critical to the business operations. And with that, they're going to hold a higher criticality rating. So again, physical devices and systems within the organization are inventoried. How are you inventoried? You can expand on that. They're inventoried within our software management system. They're inventoried within our whatever ... that practice may be, that you're going to want to make sure that whenever a new system gets brought in to any of the departments across the business, that it's dictating that it has to be inventoried and where. The next subcategory being software platforms and applications within the organization are inventoried as well. So not just your physical devices being, laptops, servers, things of that nature, but also any software platforms and applications that you're using need to be inventoried as well. And you're going to want to make sure you're tracking kind of your versions of that software and things of that nature to make sure that you're utilizing versions that are still being supported by vendors so that you don't become vulnerable to certain exploits because you're using outdated software. Organizational communication and data flows are mapped. You're using likely sensitive information and possibly things like patient information. And so it's good to have a data flow mapping of where all of these sensitive and critical data types are living and how they transfer across the organization. So many organizations set up two main data flow types. There's a network diagram that kind of shows where all of the network pieces are and how the organization is networked together through its infrastructure. And then there's a data flow mapping on top of that that's really showing where all of your critical and sensitive information lives and where it's transferring, so that you know which assets at a high level especially are transmitting, storing, processing that data, and you can ensure that the correct security controls are implemented across them. External information systems are cataloged. So you want to ensure if you're using any third-party information systems that you're keeping track of what those are as well. There's a lot of that, especially in today's day and age where you're working with individual vendors. There's a lot of external systems that are being utilized in the daily business functions.
Resources, hardware devices, data, and software are prioritized based on their classification, criticality, and business value. So we've already kind of talked about that, right? Being able to identify the criticality and business value and establish that classification. Security roles and responsibilities for the entire workforce and third-party stakeholders, suppliers, customers, and partners are established. So you want to ensure that with all of these assets that you identify and communicate what the responsibilities are for those individual assets, right? When you're bringing on third-party solutions, who's going to provide the updates for that? Who's going to do the patching for that? All of those things need to be identified so that you're not leaving your network, leaving your critical data open to exposure. So having a way to be able to kind of document that is always key as you're introducing new solutions into your environment. So that really covers it for asset management. And again, as you go through these, you can see here, I kind of explained some of the practicality behind some of these subcategories, but you can expand on any of these to kind of fit them to your organization. Some of them could just be left saying, we are required, we are going to catalog all of these things. External information systems are cataloged. All of those aspects, right? For anything that's, kind of explaining what you want the organization to do, how the organization is going to manage it at a high level, you can add to any of these and expand upon them. Just remember that you don't want to get into a point of kind of writing paragraphs. They need to be high-level statements. This is what we're going to do. This is where it's at. This is how we're going to manage it. And as you work through your policy, one thing to remember is this is going to be big picture, right? You do not need to take a stance of trying to fit every organizational process into these policies. To say, yes, this is the policy, but I already know that this department is not going to comply with this, right? So that is completely fine. When you're setting up this policy, which is going to govern your organization, you need to set the tone of what it's going to be. So, in an essence, those are going to be exceptions of policy, and when we get into documenting the individual department's processes, that's where we're going to identify and document those exceptions to this policy. So it's okay if you know that, if you're in an environment that, hey, the lab area isn't going to comply with this policy, we already know that, that's fine, but we don't want to completely change our policy to try and make everything fit within it and make it so broad that it's not as useful anymore. It's not set up in a manner that's really going to provide secure practices for the rest of the organization by kind of allowing, the policy to be dictated by how operations are ran today. So we want to say this is our guidance. This policy is our set of guidance that we're going to follow as an organization, understanding certain business operations may not completely fall within it, and we'll be able to capture those as we go. So don't think that we have to fit every single process into this policy set. We want to make sure we're pushing secure practices, not being lenient because Susie down the street already knows she's not going to comply with it, right? And as we start to communicate this policy out to like an IT steering committee, which has all of the management and key roles across the organization, we need to make sure that they understand that as well, because as they look at it, that's going to be the first thing that comes up. Well, we don't do it this way, and we're not going to be able to comply with this, and that's fine, right? We're just going to document that and understand that that falls outside of the policy, it may expose the organization to a little greater risk. And we're going to try and mitigate that risk however possible and reduce that down to protect the business. But we're not going to change the policy to fit every little process. All right. The next category here is going to be your business environment. So the organization's mission, objectives, stakeholders, and activities are understood and prioritized. This information is used to inform security roles, responsibilities, and risk management decisions. So, your business environment. The organization's role in the supply chain is identified and communicated. In your industry, where do you sit in that supply chain, right? Are you a vendor? Are you a payer? Are you where do you sit within the supply chain of your industry? What role do you play? The organization's place in critical infrastructure and its industry sector is identified and communicated. These are very high-level things that should be very easy to understand. Don't think too deeply into it. Again, as a business as a whole, where do you sit within your industry sector? So these are just very high-level things. When we start getting into different governance items, which comes up next, and we start building out governance documents as a program and things of that nature, we can really document these things as well. Priorities for organizational mission, objectives, and activities are established and communicated. This is always a big one for me, being a very business-minded person. Going into organizations where they don't have a clear mission and objective that they're communicating out to their staff. You want to make sure everybody's driving to the same drumbeat and working towards the same goal, and having those missions spelled out and communicated is going to be key to ensuring that you're meeting your high-level business objectives that the management staff is setting forth likely every year. They could be changing a little bit right here and there. Dependencies and critical functions for delivery of critical services are established. So this feeds a little bit back into asset management. You're wanting to make sure that you know what your core critical functions across the business are. What are you in business for? What are you delivering? What makes the business money? And understanding any dependencies that are required in order for that process and operational workflow to function and be delivered smoothly. Resilience requirements to support delivery of critical services are established. So again, looking at all of those dependencies for the delivery of those critical services, and then understanding how you can create some resilience requirements. Do you have backups? Do you have your duplication? What can make those processes stronger to ensure that nothing's going to stop you for a long period of time from delivering those critical services. So understanding that business environment, what those critical functions and critical services are, and how you can protect them. All right. So the next category here is really governance. This is the policies, procedures, and processes to manage and monitor the organization's regulatory, legal, risk, environmental, and operational requirements are understood and inform the management of security risk. So we're taking steps now to actually complete this, right, by having a policy set. We're getting into the procedures. We're understanding what regulatory requirements we're facing as an organization, and we're addressing those. Obviously, the very first one here, organizational information security policy is established. We're building it out right now. Information security roles and responsibilities are coordinated and aligned with internal roles and external partners. This is very similar to what it is. You want to make sure that somebody within your organization is holding that CISO role, the Chief Information Security Officer. Now, depending on the size of the organization, this could be somebody that's holding multiple hats, right? The owner, the operator, the practice manager, whatever it is, they may still hold a security officer title, and it should be documented within their job description and communicated so everybody knows that they are the security officer as well for the organization. But it doesn't mean always, depending on the size of the organization, it has to be a specific individual. There are opportunities as well to outsource the work that comes along with a security officer, right? You can hire me as your virtual Chief Information Security Officer, but you cannot relinquish the responsibility of doing those activities. So someone like myself can come in and perform the job duties, but you are going to have to maintain the role, as in the responsibility for managing that risk, right? You can't transfer the risk to a third party. The risk is still yours within the business, but you can hire somebody to come in and help you, manage the risk and the duties that need to be undergone with that. Legal and regulatory requirements regarding security, including privacy and civil liberties obligations, are understood and managed. So again, you need to ensure that you know what regulatory requirements you're facing, right? This can be state, federal, local, depending on where you're at in the country or the world. You need to have this documented, and this may not just come from you. You may need to work with HR. You may need to, have a conversation to say, what regulations are we really facing that we need to make sure that we're aware of as we go through this process. Governance and risk management process address security risks, right? So this program that we're driving through right now is really your information security program. There's a whole nother program which we've kind of talked about, or I've talked about in several videos, is a risk management program, which is going to get into how the organization manages its risk, how you go about doing that, how you identify your risk, how you mitigate risk, all of those items. So we're going to get into and document how all of that works throughout our risk management program and how we address those risks. Risk assessments. The organization understands the security risk to organizational operations, including mission, functions, image, and or reputation, organizational assets, and individuals. Asset vulnerabilities are identified and documented. This is going to be likely done through a vulnerability management program, right? Are you conducting vulnerability scans against your network, applications, business operations to identify any known vulnerabilities that are out there that could lead to exposure of data? Are you documenting those within your risk management strategy, mitigating them and working through that? So a lot of these things we're going to work out, and I'm going to show you step by step how to document those things, and we're going to walk through those as we develop the additional programs. Threat and vulnerability information is received from information sharing forums and sources. Now, whoever is going to be managing that vulnerability assessments, vulnerability scans, vulnerability management program is likely going to be linked into some industry networks. Those networks often share out and produce some documentation that state when they identify known or upcoming vulnerabilities, right? So it'll say this operating system has been identified as having this vulnerability. These applications were reviewed and these vulnerabilities were identified. So a lot of these forums and things just keep you up to date with vulnerabilities as they come out for different things that could be affecting you. So you want to just kind of be linked in to some of those forums and sources. And there's several industry ones across the organization that you can link into. You can do some quick Google searches and you'll find some. SANS, S-A-N-S, is a good one that you can link into, where they're going to provide some information there on an ongoing basis to keep you informed of any vulnerabilities that come to the surface. Threats, both internal and external, are identified and documented. So this is key, especially in the HIPAA world in healthcare. When you do a security risk assessment, many people don't understand all the pieces that go into these things. So as far as, especially if you're getting federal aid and you have to comply with the HIPAA regulations and you're doing a risk assessment because of that, you can do a basic risk assessment, which is more of a gap assessment. It's going to say, here are the regulations, here's where you comply with them, here's where you don't. And then it gets into risk analysis, which is another level above that, where it's going to take all of your threats, both internal and external, and identify and document them, and then bring that in to your risk assessment process to ensure that you're getting a full risk analysis as required under the HIPAA regulations there. So you want to ensure you're not just doing a gap assessment, but you're doing a full risk analysis, which then includes all of those internal and external threats. Potential business impacts and likelihoods are identified. So through that risk analysis process, either yourself or somebody that you outsource, if I come in and do a risk analysis for you, I'm going to be looking at all of those risks and taking your impact and likelihood to come up to that actual risk score. And that's just a part of the risk analysis process. Threats, vulnerabilities, likelihoods, and impact are used to determine risks. That's basically kind of what I'm talking about there, is understand that there is a difference between doing a gap assessment, which is really just going to show you where your gaps are, to doing a full risk analysis as required when you're looking to take on federal funding there. So, there could be opportunities depending on the maturity of the vendors that you're looking at to say, I don't need a full risk analysis. I need just a gap assessment to tell me what I need to work on so I can reduce the risk to my business and meet these regulatory requirements. I'm not taking on any federal aid that's requiring me to do a full-blown risk analysis under all of those regulatory requirements. So depending on the maturity of the vendor, maybe they'll be able to reduce the cost for you, saying that you just need a gap assessment. Many of the vendors that are out there today, there's not going to be much of a difference. Unfortunately, they're going to treat it the same. They have a standard risk assessment methodology. They think they're going to be doing a risk analysis as a part of that, and it's not kind of a separated out or two-part piece when they're looking at that. So especially for healthcare organizations, finding vendors that specialize in that healthcare sector in order for you to meet those requirements is always good. And hopefully, depending on the size and what you really need from your requirements, you can maybe scale up or scale down. risk responses are identified and prioritized. So when I produce a risk assessment, I may give you a corrective action plan. You're going to be able to look at that and be able to respond back to those, right? Not every risk needs to be identified. There may be some risks that are very low in the risk level, where you say, we understand that this is a risk for us, but it doesn't make sense for us to do anything further. We mitigated it by this way and this way and this way. And usually those risk responses, when risks get identified, it's something of that nature. You need the ability to say, my response is that we are addressing this risk in this manner, we're mitigating this risk in this manner, and then can work through that. So again, this is really getting into your risk management strategies and your risk management program, which will be another course, and we'll get into all the details on how that works and how you can document it to meet all of these policy requirements, and provide some downloads and documentation that will make this easy for you so that it's not cumbersome. Risk management strategy, again, we're continuing on there. The organization's priorities, constraints, risk tolerances. So you need to know what your organizational risk tolerance is from your management staff. And assumptions are established and used to support operational risk decisions. So that risk management processes are established, managed, and agreed to by organizational stakeholders. We're going to do that as we develop your risk management program and highlight all of those things. Organizational risk tolerance is determined and clearly expressed. So what is the risk tolerance for the organization? Do they have some level of risk exposure that they're comfortable with? Are they really, focused on reducing every medium and high, critical medium high risk, and are only comfortable with low risk? Some of that is going to come into play with your budgetary requirements as well. There may be some risks that come up that get identified that it's just not going to make sense for the size of your organization to put the dollar amount needed to mitigate that risk completely. So you find other controls, other mitigating controls that you can use where it makes sense. You're reducing the risk for the organization, but you're not, fully diving into it where you're having to spend a bunch of money to completely get rid of that risk. The organization's determination of risk tolerance is informed by its role in critical infrastructure and sector-specific risk analysis. So, again, when you start going through that risk analysis process, it's going to determine, part of that, because, again, in healthcare, you could easily say, this is a HIPAA requirement. This is something that has to be done. HIPAA requires it. It's not addressable. So it has to be compliant. And you're going to take all of those factors into account in that risk analysis process, knowing those regulatory requirements you're facing, even if it's you're dealing with payment card information and you have the PCI DSS, understanding what is really required through that framework and through those regulatory requirements is going to play a part in identifying the risk and the role of that critical information and assets that your organization has. So I know this seems like a lot. It's going to be very fluid, very easily manageable as we get into developing these additional programs. These are just going to be your high-level statements that say that we are going to manage risk for the organization. We're going to reduce it to the amount acceptable that's tolerable for the management staff. And we're going to work through all those things so the risk is actually managed for the organization. Supply chain risk management is going to be key as well. The organization's priorities, constraints, risk tolerances, and assumptions are established and used to support risk decisions associated with managing supply chain risk. the organization has established and implemented processes to identify, assess, and manage supply chain risks. So if that's not very clear in what it's talking about, we're talking about all of your third-party vendors. When you are outsourcing work, when you're bringing in software and solutions that are not owned by you, the organization, any of those third parties, you're going to want to manage the risk that those third parties bring to your organization. There are a lot of data breaches that happen because third parties are not as secure or do not manage their risks appropriately. So in any instance where you are sharing critical or sensitive data with third-party individuals, third-party organizations, you're going to want to make sure that you are doing your proper due diligence against them to ensure that once you hand over your data to them, that it's maintaining the same security posture and is protected by that third party. Cyber supply chain risk management processes are identified, established, assessed, managed, and agreed by organizational stakeholders. How are we going to manage these third parties? Who's going to be responsible for them to ensure that they're meeting their requirements, contract requirements? Who's going to be responsible for conducting those? So a lot of organizations establish a third-party risk management strategy. There'll be an additional course that really gets into how you can establish this for your organization so that it's not cumbersome. You don't want it to slow down any of your business operations as you start to do your due diligence against these vendors. And we're going to get into how all of that works and can be set up in a streamlined fashion. So if you haven't already, that is a great course to take and really provides a lot of value in how to set this up in an efficient manner. Suppliers and third-party partners and information system components and services are identified, prioritized, and assessed using cyber supply chain risk assessment processes. Again, doing that proper due diligence, this can be done in a number of ways, depending on your budget and size of the organization. I have some things that can easily comply with all of this. I have security questionnaires. Again, if you get a hold of that third-party risk management training, it's going to provide you all of these things that are going to help you kind of streamline this. Contracts with suppliers and third-party partners are used to implement appropriate measures designed to meet the objectives of the organization's cybersecurity program and supply chain risk management plan. You're already likely using contracts with all of these third parties, NDAs. In the healthcare world, we're using business associate agreements. So if you're a covered entity and you are working with third parties who are getting a hold of your data and your patient data, they're going to be a business associate to you. And so you're going to have that business associate contract to govern it. And as well, in any instance, even if they're just holding kind of sensitive or internal information, even if you're not having them sign a business associate agreement, it's good to put some kind of cybersecurity requirements for data management in your standard contract language as well, to ensure that, even though it's not data points that have regulatory requirements to have it be protected, it's still sensitive information for your organization. And so you want to ensure that all of these vendors are doing what's necessary to actually protect that data. Suppliers and third-party partners are routinely assessed using audits, test results, or other forms of evaluations to confirm they're meeting their contractual obligations. So once you sign a contract with a third party, you want to ensure that you're getting what you're paying for, right? You need to be able to review them, and oftentimes that can be done through establishing some SLAs, service level agreements, that say this is where it's at. You can kind of review those contracts on an annual basis, see where you're sitting, see what's been delivered, see where we're kind of lacking, and ensure that the organization is spending its money appropriately, as well as ensure that the security posture of the vendors isn't changing and depleting, and that they're continuing to protect your information. Response and recovery planning and testing are conducted with suppliers and third-party providers. So again, you need to ensure if you're handing off that data to them and they're managing it, do they have recovery planning and testing? If something were to happen and all of their systems were to go down, do they have backups of that? How long does it take them to bring that back into production where you can start business operations again? When you start using third parties for critical business workflows, you want to ensure that they have recovery planning and testing that's done on an annual basis, so that if their workflows, if their solutions go down, you have plans to be able to continue business operations, and you have a plan to restore that workflow and bring it back into order. So this is a big one for organizations. This is a new inclusion in the 1.1 NIST-CSF framework that came out because we do see a lot of issues, data breaches and things of that nature coming from third-party suppliers. So it's key that you manage your third parties appropriately. And again, there's a whole training course that will become available to walk you through the steps of this, provide you with things that allow you to do proper due diligence and things of that nature. And that's really it for the very first kind of function or domain under this framework. So we've worked through all of those and through all of those categories. Again, you are saying that for this policy, these are the items that are in here that you are going to be doing across the organization. You can expand upon them if there's something specific that you want happen to one of these kind of subcategories in here, how you're going to manage it, how you're going to address it, and we're going to be able to do that. Again, make sure that they stay as high-level statements. You don't want to get into the processes of them, especially as we got into all of those risk management. Understand that we're going to develop, or you should develop, a risk management program as well, which is going to detail kind of all of those processes, how all of this is going to take place. So you don't need to get into the minute detail of all of that within this policy statement. It'll really make your policy very lengthy trying to do that. And we're already going to be documenting that out in more detail as you continue to build out your security programs, and if you take part in the risk management training modules that will be available as well, that are a little bit outside of this course here. We're breaking it out into the programs, but making sure that you do all of these things is definitely key, and taking the course is going to help you work through all of them and make it kind of as easy as possible to get through these things here. So next we're going to get into protect. Identify, protect. So protect is the next kind of domain or function that NIST-CSF puts out there. So we'll just take a quick look at this here before we switch the page. Develop and implement the appropriate safeguards to ensure delivery of critical infrastructure services. That sounds pretty important. The protect function supports the ability to limit or contain the impact of potential security events. Examples of outcome categories within this function include access control, awareness and training, data security, information protection, processes and procedures, maintenance, and protective technology. So those are all the categories that we're about to get into here. Identity management, authentication, and access control. Now this is key. This is the first main category under protect here. Depending on the size of your organization, this could be a very large project. or if you're smaller, you just want to ensure that you have mechanisms in place to allow access to your information assets, right? How do people log on? How are you doing that? So access to assets and associated facilities is limited to authorized users, processes, or devices, and to authorized activities and transactions. Meaning that individuals who gain access to information should have a requirement through their role or job function and duties to actually access that information. Not everything should be left open to everybody. Just like not every folder within your file structure needs to be available. You're not going to allow all of your HR folders to be accessible from every resource so they can see everybody's personal kind of HR documentation and things of that nature. Some of that just is common sense. But you need to make sure you're doing that across all of your critical information. So it really reduces the risk of exposure if you can reduce the number of people who have access to that data. Identities and credentials are issued, managed, verified, revoked, and audited for authorized devices, users, and processes. Again, you can expand on that. How are you doing that for your organization? Are you using a tool such as a Active Directory or something of that nature that is going to kind of help manage that and centralize all of that information? So that's most common. You're going to be using some type of authentication method for users to access the areas within the organization that they need access to access their laptops, to access any kind of area across that network. So you can expand upon that, that it's being managed. How? Are you using Active Directory? Are you using some other form of access management in a centralized manner so that they can be reviewed? Physical access to assets is managed and protected. So how is this going to take place here? Physical access, to critical parts of the organization, physical access to the server room, physical access to the individual's laptops. Physical access to assets is managed and protected and limited to necessary individuals. So how is that kind of done, right? You can add some kind of other points in here that's going to dictate kind of a little bit how that's done. So if you're limiting physical access, only your systems can stay within the office space. They're not allowed to be taken off-site, or maybe they are. Physical access is going to be protected through badge readers going in and out of the facility, things of that nature. You can take a look at that, and you're going to know how you're kind of managing that for your organization. How is that being done, and you can dictate that a little bit further and expand upon that within this, right? So again, not detailing the entire process, but saying, how is that actually happening? We are managing this physical access through this means. Remote access is managed. Do you allow individuals within your organization to do teleworking? So how are they accessing your network? Are they going through a VPN, virtual private network? Are they being pushed through a certain way so that when they're working from home, they are connecting to your network in a secure means? So again, remote access is managed. You can expand upon that. How is that being managed today? Maybe you do not allow that whatsoever, right? Maybe you do not allow teleworking at all. And you can take that and say remote access is not authorized, right? Depending on how your organization is working through that, I mean, in today's age, many organizations allow some individuals to do some level of remote access, remote working. So you want to say how just you're going to manage that. Remote access is managed through our company's virtual private network. And so you're going to want to dictate kind of how that's happening just at a very high level. You don't need statements there or the process behind that. And that many times we're going to get into it in further modules where if you are allowing teleworking to individuals, we may set up an additional kind of policy statement or document that you're going to want those individuals to possibly sign when you go through that process of either bringing them on board or allowing them to start teleworking, to say, here are the requirements for teleworking. You're going to use the VPN to meet this policy requirement, but here are some other statements. You're going to ensure that your space at home is set up in a manner that restricts incidental exposure from your family members or anybody that is within your household. And so you're going to get into some of that additional information, and you may want to establish another kind of policy statements specific to them where they're kind of signing off saying that, allowing them to telework, they are going to meet these requirements. But from organizational policy, you just want to at least highlight remote access is managed through such and such means, or it's not authorized at all. Access permissions are managed, incorporating the principles of least privilege and separation of duties. So those are key statements. Least privilege means, like we dictated before, that assets only have access to the information that they need in order to do their daily job function and duties. So you want to be able to limit access to data down to least privilege. What is the least information that they need in order to do their daily job function? And then separation of duties. Again, the manager may need certain access where the individual roles may not, right? When you start thinking of things as an example, maybe software development, there may be a whole development team that's working in a development environment, but there may only be like a manager or one or two people that need access to push that code then into production and need access to the production environment. Not every developer across the organization likely needs access to that production environment. And if it is, you're just kind of documenting that, but that's just an example. So separation of duties, you want to make sure that all of that is separated out so that there's a clear workflow and chain of custody that can be followed there. Network integrity is protected, incorporating network segregation where appropriate. So this is where you're going to work with your IT team, your infrastructure team, your vendor managing this for you, depending on how you're doing this. Network integrity often is encrypting data in transit and things of that nature. But incorporating network segregation where appropriate. As far as your infrastructure and IT setup, oftentimes what you do is you use a DMZ, is what it's called, demilitarized zone, where you're having all of your information and anything maybe facing external to the organization, outwardly facing in one segment of your network, where all of your critical and sensitive data is in a completely different segmented piece of your network, so that if someone were to breach into your network from one of these sources that is outwardly facing, they're only getting access to very general information or public information, where all of your critical and sensitive information is firewalled off and sectioned into a whole nother segment of your network. So it's, even though there could be general exposure to or breach into your network, they're not able to get to that critical information. Identities are proofed and bound to credentials and asserted in interactions. So in that statement, we're saying that when we establish a user in our network and we're setting up their username and password, that we can clearly identify who that user is, right? A lot of organizations use your company email address. So that credential is linked to one specific individual, and anything they do through those credentials can be given back to them. So if there is exposure or a breach of data or something happens and we go in to do root cause analysis and we're starting to look at, what happened to that data point, we can identify who manipulated it and we can draw that back to a specific resource. This is basically calling out, saying that you probably shouldn't be using shared accounts, right? You shouldn't have one account on a computer that everybody in the organization is using, especially if that account has access to any critical or sensitive data, because you're wanting to ensure that, in the event of a breach, you can identify what happened and who manipulated and who was responsible for that. You can't tie that back to kind of, a group of people. That doesn't really help in that event. So you want to be able to identify those individuals through their credentials. Users, devices, and other assets are authenticated. Single factor, multi-factor, however that is, and commensurate with the risk of the transactions, individual security and privacy risks, and other organizational risk. So think about all of your information assets across your organizations. How are users authenticating into those, right? There may be specific devices that they don't have authentication mechanisms in there. How are you protecting them? Are there physical controls in place that protect them where there's limited access to those devices or things of that nature? Think about all of those information assets, especially any assets that are storing, processing, transmitting critical data, and how users are gaining access to them to manage those devices. So identity and access management is one of those things. If you are a large organization, in cases you may actually be working that as its kind of own program, because you're, nationwide. There's a lot of different departments, a lot of different sectors that have kind of different requirements when it comes to access management, and there's a lot of moving pieces there. So you can kind of pull that out, even though it's not a core security program. It's big enough that it's a large project. You need somebody to really be in there, and that's their kind of job function, is to manage all of that. So if you're a good size organization, this may be something you're setting up the policy statements here that's saying this is required for the organization, but because you're a larger workforce and you're kind of spread across different regions or international, there may be specific requirements per kind of department that get into how that access management really works. So this is one where some organizations call this out as a specific program for themselves, just because it becomes so large with the number of users that they're managing across that enterprise. So those are your key subcategories and statements there. You're going to want to ensure that you can always expand upon some of those, how you're doing those. Add some additional sections in there that say, this is how this is being done. This is how this is going to work from a high level perspective there. Again, not getting into the specific details for each department or kind of area, but maintaining those high level statements across the organization on how you're going to govern this identity and access management, utilizing things such as role-based access. So, individual roles can be given the same permissions and things is very common. It's industry standard. So things like that can be called out in here. Access to assets is managed and protected through role-based access utilizing this Active Directory toolset or something of that nature. So in the policy statements, a lot of times you want to try and not maybe call out specific solutions that are being utilized. We want to try and make this as evergreen as possible, meaning that we don't want to have to go back and make updates to this policy just because we changed vendors that we're using, we changed kind of solutions that are managing this. So normally you don't want to call out specific solution sets, but more kind of functions, right? So saying something like we're going to use role-based access rather than we're going to use Active Directory, or we're going to use this solution set to manage this authentication into the network. So, if you decide to change that, then you'd have to go back and change your policy and go through the process of getting it approved and pushed out again. And you don't want to be in the process of updating documentation all the time. So we're trying to make these statements as evergreen as possible so that they maintain their integrity with what they're stating, but don't need to be manipulated every time we make a change to how something is managed. All right, the next category here is awareness and training. So this is going to be key. You want to make sure that your organization is conducting training, and many times there are regulatory requirements that state that they must have annual security training. So personnel and partners are provided security awareness and education and are adequately trained to perform their information security related duties and responsibilities consistent with policies, procedures, and agreements. So again, everybody across the organization plays a role in security. What is that role and how are they trained on that? A key aspect that is often a gap within this, and you can kind of see it here, is going to be partners. Those third parties that you allow access to your network, are you providing them any level of training to ensure that they're maintaining that? There's a lot of solutions out there that can manage your training for you that, based on the industry that you're in, can provide some canned kind of training platforms or training, such as HIPAA security awareness training and privacy training and all of those. There's a lot of solutions out there that you can bring into your organization that will have that training available and set up for you, and then can really, do a lot of that heavy lifting for you, so you're not sitting there creating your own PowerPoints trying to make sure that you meet all of those regulatory requirements. A lot of that's been done. You're not the first organization to have to comply with this. You won't be the last. There's lots of that's pre-canned and set up for you. Establishing something for those third parties is going to be key. Even if you just have a baseline presentation as you bring them on board, or on an annual basis that you can send out, and then you have some type of document they're signing off on saying that they receive that, so you can track that those third parties and partners have taken some level of training, and that you're cataloging that as well is going to be key. So all users are informed and trained, right? So what is that on all users? As soon as they're onboarded, there's usually some onboarding training, and then there's some annual training that goes along with that. How is that being done? A little bit you can expand upon that. All users are informed and trained upon new hire, as well as on an annual basis to meet regulatory requirements. Privileged users understand roles and responsibilities. So your privileged users could be your management staff. It could be your IT department, the individuals who have admin access into your network. They are privileged users. They have greater access to your organization. So those privileged users can often have their own type of training that ensure that they're aware that they have that privileged access. Obviously, they're going to know that, but ensuring that they have a lot more insight, a lot more control into what's going into those operations. They can affect a lot more across your IT assets and infrastructure, and you want to make sure that they are trained and aware so that they don't go in and start manipulating things that they shouldn't, and that we can state that they are trade. Third-party stakeholders, suppliers, customers, partners understand roles and responsibilities. Again, finding a way to provide some level of training to those third-party stakeholders is going to be key here as well. Senior executives understand roles and responsibilities. We could establish some baseline training specific to those senior executives, doing a presentation or something for them, understanding their role in security, pushing that culture by their actions and things of that nature, and bringing them on board and making them a part of your security team is going to be key. And one way to do that is making sure that you're communicating to them what you need from them through that training and what their role and responsibilities are in security. Physical and information security personnel understand roles and responsibilities as well. So those are all key. Information security folks know that they have specific training requirements. They know that they're going to be linked to a lot of these activities, especially individuals, physical, so any security guards and things of that nature. Just kind of giving them some baseline training as well. I mean, they're going to understand certain components, but being able to state that, we did train them, that they're aware of where all of our sensitive data is, our critical points across the facility, what they could look for, things that could be happening, all of that physical environment stuff can be trained on as well. So how is that going to happen? Again, they could just be linked into a solution set. There's a lot of solution sets out there that will manage your awareness and training for you and kind of go through that, and you can sign up at different tier levels. Is it just a PowerPoint presentation? You need to be able to catalog and document those so that if you ever get audited or something, then you're able to show, yes, we did conduct training around this, and here's my evidence that all of these individuals actually went through the training. So something as simple as a basic sign-in sheet at new hire training, all of those things. I mean, you want to make it so that it's easy to maintain over time. Working with your HR department can be key in this. And again, if you're using an actual solution set that you've brought into the organization, they're going to track everybody that has actually done training, and be able to catalog that through their platform and be able to produce that roster for you as well. There's key components that come into training, such as when you do training, there should be some level of kind of testing that goes along with it, right? So that they retain that information. And so having a basic couple questions at the end of your training to be able to ensure that everybody was paying attention and that they understood the content that was delivered is going to be key here. So awareness and training, there's a lot more that can go into that as well to keep security top of mind across the organization and help you build a security-minded culture. Training and awareness comes into that. So we really focused on training there. There's a lot of things that can come into play for awareness that we can talk about as well that don't be a part of this policy. I really detail a lot of that in my book, the Complete Guide to Building an Information Security Program, things you can do to really drive that security-minded culture across your organization, like putting up security posters and memes, putting out communication, and then as a security corner in your organization's newsletter, a bunch of items that you can continue to drive that security-minded culture with. Data security is going to be key. Your information and records or data are managed consistent with the organization's risk strategy to protect the confidentiality, integrity, and availability of information. Those are the three key terms you will hear a lot when it comes into data security. You will find that come up: confidentiality, integrity, and availability. So you have data at rest is protected. Okay, you can work with your IT team as well if you want to expand on that. So data at rest is protected. It's stating that data is encrypted likely. If you want to expand, you can say, with at least this level of encryption mechanism to be able to do that. Same as data in transit is protected. So as data traverses inside of your network, that it is protected, by which means, what level of security is being done there, or transmitted outside of your organization. Assets are formally managed throughout removal, transfer, and disposition, right? So this is really tracking your solutions, your software, all of those things. Sometimes organizations may actually develop a document called your system development lifecycle, and it's going to kind of dictate, introduction to new solutions, the removal of those, so clearing, making sure all the data gets cleared off of them, all of that. As you transfer assets, as somebody leaves the organization, and then you're taking their laptop, kind of wiping it, making sure that it's reset up and you can redistribute that out to a new hire. And then disposition. So how are you disposing of all of those assets as well, right? Anything that has critical data on it, are you requiring that they go through a process where you can have evidence that they were disposed of accordingly? There's several vendors you can search for in your area that will do a lot of this for you, so destroying hard drives and things of that nature, and then having evidence to support that it was destroyed appropriately. Assets are formally managed, right? So you have a formal process that is doing that. Protections against data leaks are implemented. So this comes into something we call a data loss prevention kind of process. So how are you doing that? Protections against data leaks are implemented. We're ensuring that data cannot be downloaded onto a thumb drive without being encrypted, or not being downloaded at all. You can't start burning CDs and things of that nature and taking that data home with you. So that's what it means by data leaks, and there's a lot of levels that can go into that. So it's kind of a data loss prevention process, so that you're really keeping data where you want it to live, rather than kind of allowing individuals to start storing things wherever it goes, right? You're going to have kind of likely a file storage system or something online, whatever you use there, and then kind of restricting individuals from using anything else, right? You don't want somebody to sign up for like a box, their own box account online where they have cloud storage, and then start taking all of your company's sensitive information and just managing it within their own box account that isn't protected at the same level that your organization is protecting its files and setup there. Integrity checking mechanisms are used to verify software, firmware, and information integrity, right? Part of that is going to be through your vulnerability scans and reviewing the integrity mechanisms to ensure that something's not out of date, to ensure that everything is up to par, and that all of that integrity of data is maintained as it transfers through your network, your software, your solutions, and things of that nature. The development and testing environment are separate from your production environment. So again, this is key when, especially if you're doing any type of software development, you have separate environments for that. You don't want to make all of your changes and all of your updates straight into production. It's even normal as part of your kind of patch management process. So as you roll out patches for your organization for different, operating systems or software solutions, you're going to want to test those patches in a testing environment to see how it's going to change any of the behaviors that your assets have, right? You don't want to push that straight into production and then realize that it completely breaks everything that you have to do on a daily basis, and then you're not able to perform your job duties in those workflows, complete those workflows, because those patches created significant problems with how you have your network and your infrastructure set up and all of the integrities behind it. So you test out those patches before you roll them out into production so that you don't run into issues where you're really causing problems for the day-to-day business functions by just updating some solution sets in the patches. Integrity checking mechanisms are used to verify hardware integrity. So you want to ensure that all of your hardware are going to be able to be maintained. This is areas that you're going to want to probably work and partner with your IT department or whoever's managing your infrastructure to identify how they're doing this. Just have some conversations and say that, these are items that we're putting into our policy. We want to have some integrity checking mechanisms in place. How do you verify that hardware integrity stays intact for us and for our organization? And you can expand upon it here a little bit if needed. After that conversation, you gain some insights into how the IT team is really managing those things and what level that's being and taking place for your organization. Information protection processes and procedures. So security policies that address purpose, scope, roles, responsibilities, management, commitment, and coordination among organizational entities. Processes and procedures are maintained and used to manage protection of information systems and assets. With this, a baseline configuration of information technology control systems is created and maintained. So this is where we've kind of talked about in the initial module, establishing those standards and guidelines, right? Those standards that we're documenting are going to be your baseline configuration, right? These are the minimum requirements for these individual types of assets when being introduced or brought into the organization and included into your network. We have some baseline requirements that say that they have to have at least this level of integrity, of security controls implemented on them for us to do it. So that may mean that as you bring in new solutions, new software, out of the box, they may not meet those baseline configurations. And you should be working with the vendors or manipulating those to bring them up to par with what that baseline configuration is. System development lifecycle to manage systems is implemented, right? So again, system development lifecycle, we're working to identify what that is. As you bring in new solutions, bring in new assets, servers, laptops, what are you doing to them to ensure that they are meeting those baseline configurations as they continue to be utilized across the organization, as you transfer them to other individuals and roles, what is taking place there, as you have to get rid of them as they become to end of life, and you have to manage that. What is that process going to be? So a system development life cycle can easily be kind of documented, covering all of those aspects, and then called out. You're not going to want to do that in this policy per se. That's just a general process that can be quickly documented to say these are the steps that we take for these aspects. A lot of organizations don't always think of, when systems go to end of life, what's going to happen, because they just haven't ran into that situation. But it's good to have something in place to say, this is what we're going to do. We're going to hire in this third party. We're going to send out these hard drives so that they can be destroyed, and we're going to have a certificate of destruction available for that and things of that nature. So that's a lot of times why you're using those third parties for that type of thing, so you have that certificate of destruction. So understanding what that process is going to be is key. In the policy here, we're just stating that we want to know what that actual process looks like. Configuration change control processes are in place. We don't want individuals out there just making significant changes to the infrastructure, to how the network is set up, without it going through a change control process. So it needs to go through certain approvals and things of that nature, and that change control process is going to do that for us. So we're just dictating that the IT team needs a change control process at some manner, and that should be in place. Backups of information are conducted, maintained, and tested periodically. Again, depending on your organization, you can kind of update this to annually or what you think is necessary for your operations there. But you are going to want some level of backups, right? If something were to happen to your environment, you don't want to completely lose all of the data that you've built and have been working on. So you want to be able to have backups, and you're going to set up those requirements through kind of a business continuity, disaster recovery plan, and establishing what those backups are going to be across the organization. And we can continue to document those per department based on what their requirements are for the solutions and data sets that each department is working for, because they may have different backup requirements as well. Policy and regulations regarding the physical operating environment, organizational assets are met, right? So that's fairly easy. We've been working through all of that in meeting those regulatory requirements. Data is destroyed according to policy, again, in that system development lifecycle, ensuring that the destruction processes are in place, as well as if you're still using any paper-based data, you're printing out a lot of things, understanding what the process is that you want individuals to follow is going to be key here as well. So data is destroyed according to policy. You can expand upon that. Data within systems is destroyed according to the system development lifecycle. Any other data through printouts, paper-based data will be destroyed through, which means how is that being conducted? And so you can kind of expand upon that a little bit there for this as well. Protection processes are continuously improved. Right? You're always looking to reduce risk for the organization and increase the protection of the data elements. Effectiveness of protection technologies is shared with the appropriate parties. So you're taking a snapshot of where you really sit and being able to report that up the chain, so you can make sure that the management is aware of the risks that they're facing. Response plans, incident response, business continuity, and recovery plans, incident recovery, disaster recovery are in place and managed. That's going to be key. We have a whole nother program, the incident management program, where we're going to get into all of those items and document all of those items and ensure that they are appropriately managed. So we'll cover it through that. Just get a hold of that training course as well. Response and recovery plans are tested, and so you can expand on that. How often are they tested? Most organizations should be conducting some level of kind of disaster recovery testing on at least an annual basis. So it should be at least annually there. as well. So it's just kind of testing to make sure those backups are going to work when you need them and things of that nature. Security is included in human resources practices. So working with human resources as you bring on new individuals, making sure that they get the right level of access, as well as individuals are terminated, that there's a process in place to make sure that their access is terminated appropriately between kind of normal terminations and then termination with cause, meaning that, somebody is just escorted off the premises at that moment, and it's just kind of, that you have more of a quick action for those type of things. A vulnerability management plan is developed and implemented, right? That's a pretty high level statement. There's a whole vulnerability management program that is available as a course as well. So we're going to get into those again, looking at those core security programs being information security, risk management, vulnerability management, and incident management. And there's courses and documentation available for all of those in order to meet these policy statements here. There's a lot of details that go into those. This policy is just stating that it needs to happen, right? It needs to take place and needs to be documented there. All right. So that's kind of a big one, information protection processes and procedures. A lot of that's getting into the various additional programs that you should have for your organization. Maintenance is going to be key. So any repairs of industrial control or information system components is performed consistent with policies, being maintenance and repair of organizational assets is performed and logged in a timely manner with approved and controlled tools. So there's different levels to this, right? Maintenance and repairs of your information assets, your IT infrastructure, ongoing maintenance of that. So oftentimes that's going to be documented through your change control process. If something needs to be updated or changed, it's going to go through and get approved for that change and be documented there. Another aspect of this is going to be your physical environment. So, maintenance to your server room, maintenance to your critical areas across your organization. As those get done, there should be some type of log on who conducted those, what was really done there and things of that nature. So that is often and sometimes overlooked. Just make sure that you're taking into that account as well. So we're documenting what happens there. Remote maintenance of organizational assets is approved, logged, and performed in a manner that prevents unauthorized access. So if you need remote maintenance, you have a workforce that teleworks, and you need to do some maintenance on their solutions. How is that being done? As you allow third parties to maybe do some maintenance on their assets, how is that being done? You want to ensure that is appropriate. So you can expand upon that, right? Things such as allowing third parties to use solutions where they have remote access to your network is fine, but it should be controlled appropriately. You don't want vendors to always have remote access to your network. If they need to do some maintenance, it can be turned on and approved by you for them to do that maintenance. Once that maintenance is completed, then that is turned off and that vendor no longer has access to your network, and making sure that that's kind of managed appropriately so that you don't have individuals just running across your network that you're not aware of. Protective technology. Technical security solutions are managed to ensure the security and resilience of systems and assets, consistent with related policies, procedures, and agreements. So you need audit log records are determined, documented, implemented, and reviewed in accordance with policy. So a lot of solutions are going to be putting out an audit log. So those are kind of the logs and records to show what's happening. You can even have those logs maybe go through a solution that's going to notify your IT team if something is taking place that maybe shouldn't be. So your audit logs can dictate and throw up alerts saying, hey, this individual, again, as using a previous example, is transferring large amounts of data into an unauthorized storage location, being that box location. And that can be an alert that would be highlighted and popped up and be dictated through those audit logs. So depending on your organization, what you're working with there, those definitely may be a requirement. In the event of a breach, you're going to want to go back and review all of those logs and see what really happened, do some root cause analysis, and take a look at those. So you're going to want the logs to be maintained and documented, and find the most appropriate way to make them useful for you as well and your IT teams, and being able to review them in accordance with policy. So depending on the size of your organization, you may be reviewing logs on an as-needed basis. There may be a solution like a SIM tool that you're pushing all of your logs through that's alerting you, and you're managing all of the alerts that come in. Understanding what's being done there, what's appropriate there, is going to be key, for your organization. Removable media is protected and its use restricted according to policy. So again, what are you allowing there? Do you allow removable media? If not, then you can state that removable media is not authorized, right? Possibly there may be instances where one or two individuals may need to use removable media. Are you pushing encryption? If they're putting data on there, does it automatically get encrypted through that data loss prevention process? And so understanding what you're doing for removable media and what is really required, what's necessary, what's not necessary, is key there. Is the organization going to hand out thumb drives to people that need them and track that? Are people allowed to use their own? And what type of restrictions are in place with that removable media? So again, expanding on that, on how you're going to manage that for your organization here is going to be key a little bit to ensuring that it's spelled out. Removable media is not authorized for standard use or whatever that is going to be. So you're going to want to kind of update that based on your operations. The principle of least functionality is incorporated by configuring systems to provide only essential capabilities. So again, this is getting into ensuring that you're protecting your network as you bring on new solutions, or that only the functionality that is required is actually in place. An example of this would be that there are a lot of devices that you may implement in your organization and attach to your network that also have the capability to use Wi-Fi connection, and then it would link out through your Wi-Fi network. And that may not be a requirement for the use of the solution. It may not be needed. It may not be appropriate to have that. So you want to just really cut off that functionality. Is there a way to restrict that functionality? Can we shut off the Wi-Fi access, right? So you don't want people to be able to pick that up on your Wi-Fi network either. So if it's not needed, you're really just shutting off any functionality that's not required for that solution to actually be utilized and how they're using it. So as you work to incorporate new solutions into your environment, that's something to account for, is in understanding what the business is using the solution for and what the functionality requirements are. Communication and control networks are protected. So all of your telecom, teleconferencing, your phone lines, all of that you have kind of a network closet and a telecom closet, and all of those things are protected so that somebody can't just access them easily and kind of get in the middle of that. or disrupt that communications network. Mechanisms. Example, fail-safe, load balancing, hot swap are implemented to achieve resilience requirements in normal and adverse situations. This is a lot of times going to be linked to your disaster recovery process. How are you going to do that? Hot swap being that, if something happens at this site, we have a backup location we can immediately turn on and continue business operations. Load balancing, all of those things can be documented and would be documented in your disaster recovery processes, which can be included in your incident management program. How are you managing incidents as they come up? How are you protecting yourself from potential disasters so you can continue business operations as needed? And what is appropriate for your organization there? So it's just saying that you're understanding that there's items there that you need to address, and you'll work through. All right, now we're getting into the detect domain. And so we continue to move forward here. Develop and implement appropriate activities to identify the occurrence of a security event. How are you detecting things on your network? The detect function enables timely discovery of security events. Examples of outcome categories within the function include the things that we're about to go over. So anomalies and events, right? What is going to be classified as a security event, and how are you detecting those? Anomalies, what is anomalous activity? What is something that's outside of the normal routine activity that takes place? How are you detecting that? And the potential impact of the events, right? So what kind of impact is that security event is going to have to your organization? Is that no impact? Is it going to leave you not operable for days on end? What is that going to be? A baseline of network operations and expected data flows for users and systems is established and managed. We've already talked about creating network and data flow diagrams for the organization, so you kind of understand data workflows and how that happens. Detected events are analyzed to understand attack targets and methods. So again, this is getting into your logging and how often you're reviewing those, and if you are using something like a SIM tool, it can help detect some of these events, and you're going to want to go in and review those. You can set it up so that it alerts you of those events, and then you're going to go in and analyze it and see if it was a false positive, if there's really something there that could cause harm to the organization, and do some analysis of that actual event. Event data are aggregated and correlated from multiple sources and sensors, right? So your firewall, your applications, all of those things can produce logs that you're going to review and be aware of. Your firewall may even send you some alerts and make you aware of some security events that could be taking place, and impacts of those events need to be determined. So how critical is that event? Did that event turn into a security incident? And what level and what impact do those events have on your organization? Is something happening where somebody's trying to maybe brute force your organization and basically try and push their way in, and it's creating a lot of impact to the network, and it's really bogging down the network? What's kind of happening? What's the impact event? So you want to ensure impacts are determined, so you understand that as a part of your analysis process, and incidents and alert thresholds are established. So again, like I've been talking about with the alerting, you're not going to be going in and reviewing each individual log every day. If you can set up an alert somehow, depending on how your structure is going, then it's just going to notify you for the events that you really need to focus on. And you can look at those on more of an as needed basis, or depending on what your operations call for, you could be reviewing logs on, a weekly, quarterly, daily basis there, just kind of depending on what is appropriate for your operations. So this is really stating that you need to identify, document, and analyze any of the anomalies and events that take place, so that they're not just sitting out there. You don't want an alert or your firewall to throw up a bunch of events and you just ignore them until the point comes that you actually have an incident because somebody was able to bypass that firewall, or it's not holding the same integrity that it should be, because you're not paying attention to it. So you need to make sure that you're looking at those items, and that's really where these policy statements are pointed. Security continuous monitoring. The information systems and assets are monitored at discrete intervals to identify security events and verify the effectiveness of protective measures. So the network is monitored to detect potential security events. So again, this can be things such as you running vulnerability scans across your network on a monthly, quarterly, biannual basis, depending on what makes sense for you. And you're monitoring those, right? Monitoring all of those events that come back. The physical environment is monitored to detect security events. So anywhere you have sensitive information and things that you're watching to make sure from a physical security standpoint that a bunch of patient records aren't just walking out the door and things of that nature. So however you are monitoring that, you can kind of update these a little bit to make them appropriate for your operations. Personnel activity is monitored to detect potential security events. So again, what are the individuals doing on your network? That goes sometimes into that data loss prevention. So if we go back to that scenario where somebody was taking a lot of your maybe sensitive data and putting it in their own box account, that we're monitoring for those type of things, and we're seeing that as a security event as it comes up. Malicious code is detected, so you don't want the ability to somebody to input any malicious code across there. So there's going to be events that can look at all of that as well, and really help with this detection process. Unauthorized mobile code is detected, so a lot of things are going to block this from coming up, and you're just going to want to work with your IT team to question how this is being done. How are we able to detect any malicious code that comes in? And you can kind of manage this or update maybe some policy statements that say, malicious code is detected through, this process or something. And again, remember, we're trying to create this as being evergreen, so you don't want to type in a bunch of solution sets, because as your IT team changes those solution sets, then you'd have to update the policy. But keeping them as high-level statements, but still understanding what's being done here as you start to document this information is going to be key. External service provider activity is monitored to check potential security events. So if you're allowing individuals into your network, monitoring any activity to ensure that something isn't happening there that shouldn't be. Unauthorized personnel connections, devices, and software is performed, so ensuring that individuals can't just come connect unauthorized software, unauthorized items into your network and into your solutions. They can't just go on and start downloading a lot of applications from third-party sources without admin access and things. So, if you think back to there at certain points, organizations were running into situations where individuals were downloading things like the old, this is dated, but it's Napster, LimeWire, or things of that nature, where it's almost kind of like a malicious software, and they're putting it on their company assets so that they can listen to music and things while they're at work, right? That needs to be blocked and monitored so that they're not able to do those type of things and just start downloading a lot of third-party solutions, which could cause issues across the network. Vulnerability scans are performed, right? There's a whole vulnerability management program that you should establish for your organization. And so it's just stating that those are going to take place. And you can always document at least on a quarterly basis, at least on and put some timelines in there in these policy statements as well, but make it appropriate for your organization, right? Some organizations may need to document that a little bit more, depending on what they're doing. They may have, continuous scanning taking place. But you're just going to document what's appropriate for you. Detection processes. The detection processes and procedures are maintained and tested to ensure timely and adequate awareness of these anomalous events. Roles and responsibilities for detection are well defined to ensure accountability. So again, who's reviewing logs, whose responsibility is it to maintain this and keep these events informed, and who's going to be communicating them as they come up and doing all of those things. Detection activities comply with applicable requirements. So again, you want to make sure that you're detecting any of these security events and doing the analysis appropriate to meet any requirements for identifying security incidents as they may happen. You can test your detection processes. So again, if you're working through this and you're not really getting or seeing anything, seeing any alerts, seeing any information that comes up through these detection processes, you want to test it, right? Go do something that should break one of your rules and see if it is alerting you appropriately how you think it should be managed. Event detection information is communicated to the appropriate parties. So as you have a security event, and it may need to go to the security officer. The IT team may identify it. The security officer and other individuals across the organization may need to be informed of that. And ensuring that that takes place is going to be crucial. And that's all going to be spelled out in your incident management programs through the roles and responsibilities and communication mechanisms. The detection processes are continuously improved, right? You always want to get better, make security stronger as appropriate for the organization and budgetary requirements there, but do whatever you can to ensure that it encompasses all of the solution sets that your organization is using, and you continuously trying to make that security posture better. And then we get into respond. This kind of switches to the next page here, so we'll switch along with it. Develop and implement appropriate activities to take action regarding a detected security event. What's going to happen after you detect your security event? The response function supports the ability to contain the impact of a potential security event. You don't want to leave it alone and have it get worse, right? It's like never going to the dentist, even though your teeth hurt. It's going to get worse and worse. It's not going to get better. So you have your response planning. And again, remember, a lot of the processes are going to be dictated here through your incident management program, but you want to keep these high-level policy statements to ensure that everybody knows that this is going to be taking place and that it's a requirement for management to be doing these things. So response processes and procedures are executed and maintained to ensure timely responses and detected security events. So you have a response plan that is going to be executed during or after an event, right? And there's escalation points and all of those, which will be documented throughout the incident response program. Your communications response activities are coordinated with internal and external stakeholders as appropriate to include external support from law enforcement agencies depending on the level of the incident or breach that takes place, right? At that point, you're talking about a security breach. So personnel know their roles and order of operations when a response is needed, right? You want to know who is going to be communicating out to all of these organizations. You don't want somebody to go off on a whim and start communicating to the press, to other people, which could really harm your organization's reputation and where you stand within your industry. You want it to be controlled response. So events are reported consistent with an established criteria that's going to be outlined within your incident management program. Information is shared consistent with those response plans, and the coordination with stakeholders occurs, again, as it gets escalated depending on if a security event is identified as a incident and further analysis deems it as a security breach. Voluntary information sharing occurs with external stakeholders to achieve broader security situational awareness. So always working with any external stakeholders there, legal teams, things of that nature, to achieve appropriate awareness around what's going on. Your analysis of these events is conducted to ensure adequate response and support recovery activities. Notifications from detection systems are investigated. So you're going to do some root cause analysis of that now incident to see what really happened. You're going to identify the impact of the incident and make sure that is understood. What level of impact does it have to the organization? You may need to conduct forensics of that. Now, throughout the incident management program, this may not be something that is done internally. This may be something where we have a vendor identified as going to be brought on to do this forensics information gathering to keep a proper chain of custody in the event that this ever has to go to a trial or court, that it is done in a manner that it can be included in that court case, where sometimes when it's done internally, things are not properly documented. There's not a secure chain of custody done. When you really get into forensics, it's really specializing, and oftentimes it is highly recommended that you find somebody that would be able to perform that. And that can be documented within your incident management program, so when you get that far, you're not scrambling trying to find somebody. You know who you're going to contact. Incidents are categorized consistent with your response plans. Again, categorizing those incidents based on their impact to the organization and level of exposure. Processes are established to receive, analyze, and respond to vulnerabilities disclosed to the organization from internal and external sources. So again, keeping that internal testing going, security bulletins or other security researchers, understanding what type of things are out there and how we can respond to them. Mitigation. Mitigation are the activities are performed to prevent expansion of an event, right? So once we know there's a event that is turned into a security incident, we're going to mitigate the effects of that by trying to reduce anything that needs to happen there. So, maybe something needs to go, a server needs to go offline. Maybe, whatever that incident is, you need to limit the damage, right? You want to reduce the amount of damage that it's causing. So whatever needs to happen there to be able to kind of shut things down and not allow it to continue to, run across your network and get into other areas that could cause incidents in other areas that it hasn't reached yet. You need to try and mitigate those effects of that incident. So you're containing the incident, you're mitigating it however possible, and the newly identified vulnerabilities are mitigated or documented as accepted risks, right? So again, that last bullet's really getting into your risk management process as you do vulnerabilities, as you do risk assessment, as you identify vulnerabilities, you're managing those and documenting them, either as accepted risks or you're documenting how you're mitigating them, right? It's okay to accept certain risks. There's maybe some risks where, like I stated before, it's not reasonable to say that you're gonna get rid of every single risk that's out there. You may kind of accept that risk, but then documenting that you actually accepted that risk and having somebody with a risk acceptance authority to sign off saying, yes, I'm aware of this. I'm aware that this process does increase our risk of exposure, but due to our business operations and functions, we need to continue operating it this way. And here are our mitigating controls on how we're trying to reduce the risk of exposure to that process. You're going to get into the improvements. Organizations' response activities are improved by incorporating lessons learned from the current and previous detection response activities. So response plans incorporate lessons learned, which means that after you respond, after you go through all of this analysis and communication out, that at the end of it, you take a step back and you figure out what the lessons learned were and how you can improve the process, how you can improve the security posture for your organization. This can be done not only when an event or an incident occurs, but also during testing processes. So as you test your backups, as you test your disaster recovery plans, that you do a lessons learned to understand what can be done better and what were the action items and what were the things that came out of that. What did you learn from walking through that process? And response strategies need to be updated based on those lessons learned. And then you're going to get into recover mode, right? This is the final function or domain under the NIST CSF framework. You're going to develop and implement the appropriate activities to maintain plans for resilience and to restore any capabilities or services that were impaired due to that security event. This function supports timely recovery to normal business operations to reduce the impact from any of these incidents that may take place. So you have your recovery planning. The recovery process and procedures are executed and maintained to ensure timely restoration. So this is your disaster recovery process, through your incident management program. What are your plans to recover your business operations in the event of certain security incidents or disasters? And you're going to have that process detailed through that incident management and disaster recovery process documentation through the program and document set. Any improvements, recovery planning and processes are improved by incorporating lessons learned, like we've already kind of discussed, right, in that recover process. You need to always be getting better, right? This is an ongoing process. You're always going to become more resilient to security incidents. You need to be working towards becoming better in your security practices. And then update those processes based on those lessons learned and as you identify better workflows that further support your business. Final communications. The restoration activities are coordinated with internal and external parties such as coordination centers, ISPs, your internet service providers, owners of attack systems, victims that may have happened because of the breach and exposure of data, and your cybersecurity incident response teams and vendors. So public relations are managed. Again, this is going to be spelled out through all of those other programs and procedural documentations. This policy is really the governing set that governs and sets the requirement for these other programs as well. The reputation after an event is repaired, ensuring that you're keeping your reputation intact, or you're working to bring your reputation back after this incident. Recovery activities are communicated to internal stakeholders and executive and management teams, always being transparent on what you're doing for the recovery activities and the procedures that you're taking to bring the business back, fix the reputation, and work with third-party stakeholders. So communication throughout all of this is going to be key, bringing the team together, that incident response team together, and ensuring that they're communicating out to their appropriate parties as well is all going to be essential. That gets to the end of the policy document. This really covers all of those high-level statements. Again, there's going to be a lot more that goes into this. This is the first step in understanding and developing kind of a governance structure that is going to require you to manage all of these aspects that are going to assist you in meeting your regulatory requirements. But these are the high-level statements that are going to dictate that management is requiring these specific things and outlining the requirement to actually follow each of these policies, right? They're going to point to another process document in many cases and things of that nature, but this policy is stating that those process documents need to exist and that is easily spelled out and can be followed in what needs to take place there. So all of these policy statements can be expanded upon to fit your organizational needs, to fit kind of what you're doing there, but just understand that these are going to be spelled out in more detail in continuous programs and procedural documentation or departmental procedural documentation throughout the security, information security program or cybersecurity program as a whole. This policy is really dictating and giving you your left and right parameters to follow and the guidelines that you need to meet, right? So that's going to cover it. Feel free to update and change this template however is needed for your organization. Work with the appropriate parties to actually follow through and understand what's happening in all of these areas and how this is being managed today and how it should be managed. Just because you are conducting business a certain way does not mean that your policy statements have to dictate that. The policy statements are there to set up your activities, to drive you and point you in the business in the right direction. If you're not doing something today, as far as, following in line with best practices or working towards that does not mean that you change these policy statements to meet what your business is doing today so that you're automatically in compliance with this policy. If you're doing things, this is really setting up your structure, pointing you into what all of the departments need to meet and adhere to. So if you're not meeting one of these policy statements today, that is completely fine. That's a gap that you're going to document and identify and work through in a corrective action plan, put timelines on it, or whatever makes sense for the organization. But the management needs to set these policy statements as a requirement for how they want to manage and govern the data that's being processed throughout the organization and how the operations are maintaining these information assets. So don't allow leadership to change policy statements just so that they comply with them. Point them to saying that we want to meet the best standard possible. We want to meet or exceed best practices. And we're going to put that in the policy statement. And if that's not the current process, then we're just going to manage that in a corrective action fashion and kind of document that as something we need to work towards, right? We're documenting that that's a gap, and we're going to work towards that. But that doesn't mean that we need to make the policy be in a manner that requires less security, right? You don't want to have the policy say that it's okay to have an environment that is less secure than what's appropriate for your operations. The policy needs to dictate what it should be. And if it's not there today, then that's a corrective action plan that we can document and work towards in the future. So make sure that you keep that in mind as you go through this. Again, keep this all up to date. In this last section, as you go through documenting and you work through the final state, you're going to be able to communicate this policy out to something such as a IT steering committee, which encompasses all of the management staff for your organization. And then you're going to make sure that they get the appropriate buy-in across all of these policies and they understand kind of what's the requirement there, understanding that they're going to be documenting individual departmental procedures and how they comply with these policies and how it applies to their department as well. And then you're going to need the organization's management, your high-level C-suite individuals to actually sign off and put this into activity, right? Put this and communicate this out across the organization. So once it's completely finalized, you're going to want to identify that you have an initial release and who approved it, and if at all possible, put kind of a signature authority in here, who's approving it. Even if you have and can put a digital signature on this, that is the best way to do that. And then document any changes on an ongoing basis that happen to this policy as well, so you can keep up with any changes that take place and why they're taking place, and ensure that those changes get approved and communicated out to the organization as well. So I hope this module was helpful. There's a lot that goes into that, I understand. Remember that we are going to continue through this information security program in establishing some of the procedural documentation for the departments. And a lot of the other items are additional courses and documentation that you can obtain through the cybersecurity resource website to continue to document out your risk management, vulnerability management, and incident management programs. So this should give you some initial work to start working on and working with some of your team members in further documenting out what's going on here. Once you've kind of done that and started to work through those procedures, we'll see you on the next module.
Hello everybody, it's David Rauschendorfer, your cybersecurity resource. And in this module, we're going to discuss the Secure Configuration Standard. These are often called your IT Security Standard Configuration Guidelines. So the purpose of these guidelines and this standard is to mandate a consistent application of your configurations across all of the assets your organization uses, so that you kind of are setting baselines, you're setting some requirements for how the build-out processes look like, what security controls are required on what level of solutions, those type of things. So that is the purpose. Your standard, so this is going to apply again across the enterprise, so all of these things are going to get a standard configuration setting and baseline. So basically some guidelines in place for the governance of all of these layers. they must protect the confidentiality, availability, and integrity of your environment. So you're really looking for that consistent application. So you're developing the guidelines that you're setting out for the organization on as new systems come into the organization, or as you are managing systems in your organization. What are the guidelines and requirements for those configurations? You know, what security controls are required, how are you governing them, and all of those things. So your implementation guidelines, each department is expected to review the material that comes through this module, through the downloads for you to review, and then identify what is going to be applicable, what makes sense for their department, for their organization, and then implement those requirements as it's what fits within their responsibility. So again, in this mandate, all these managers, anybody that is a system owner, system admin, database administrators, any other personnel with information asset management responsibilities must ensure that the information assets under their control or influence are developed, configured, and maintained to support security policies, right? So the organization has defined a set of security policies, so it's up to the management staff to ensure that they, what's ever under their responsibility is falling in line with those security policies. And all of the related standards, which comes in line with the standard configuration guidelines and any configuration requirements that you outline throughout this documentation that we're going to review. So from a compliance standpoint, if any asset connecting to your network, your trusted network, cannot be configured securely, then the administrator of that device has to put in a security exception request saying that they can't conform that device to meet the security policy for the organization. As far as interpretation, just kind of bullet points to housekeeping items, the information provided in this standard and in the downloads that you're getting in this module is not meant to be OS, database, or application specific. So you're going to need to make sure that you customize all of this and look through all of these items in this configuration guidelines and ensure that they make sense for how you manage your architecture, your infrastructure, what kind of OSs and databases you're using, and how that works. So your threat and vulnerability management. So thinking big picture as where this can fit in is in your threat and vulnerability management program. Secure configuration is really just one comprehensive component to that program. As you can see here, this process, you also would include patch management as well as vulnerability management. But these secure configuration guidelines are really going to be what's going to assist us in governing these security controls and the implementation of them throughout the organization as it aligns to the policy and the requirements that have been set out there. So this is just the highlighting component that don't think that completing these security configuration standards and guidelines documentation means that you're completely secure and that you don't have to worry about anything else. There is the larger threat and vulnerability management aspect. Some of that we cover in the process documentation here of how that's going to be conducted from patch management and vulnerability management. And again, that's going to feed into later on building that high-level threat and vulnerability management program and the full governance that covers these components and a few others. So make sure that you're keeping these components in mind, and that you're not you're staying in scope with what this document really is going to do for you and your organization. So with the secure configuration standard and those guidelines that you're setting out, you're trying to manage your information assets in a secure lifecycle approach. So everything from inception, when you're bringing on new solutions, and creating solutions, is really going to get into the development aspect, where if your organization is actually developing applications or something of that nature, understanding how that goes, as well as the ongoing development of just your infrastructure, keeping that up to date and maintained. So the other aspect of your life cycle is going to be production. So ensuring that your development staff really should not have administrative access to production resources. If you are developing, say, applications and you have patient data in that production environment, is there really a true business case for why the entire development staff need to have access to that database with all the EPHI in it? If not, then, restrict that down and make it to just the least necessary. So something to make sure that you look at and think about in your production environments. From a maintenance standpoint, that secure configuration can be periodically tested and vulnerability scanned to ensure new issues and vulnerabilities do not exist. So once you have this standard configuration, some of these aspects come into play where, certificates need updated and all of those components. And so going through and conducting a vulnerability scan is something that's going to make sure that you continue to identify vulnerabilities on an ongoing basis and make sure you're patching and taking care of those components as those risks and vulnerabilities come up, that you're addressing and managing them appropriately. Retirement, again, as you think of your assets that you're using across your organization, be it, servers, network infrastructure, laptops, desktops, how are you going to retire them? Are you going to be able to reuse them? Have you established a process for wiping those assets before they get reused, or is there a destruction process to ensure that there's no critical data left on any of those assets? All of those components can come into play when documenting out these standards and guidelines. So your device build documentation, depending on the size of your organization, it says administrative groups should develop a specific build documents. If you just have one IT department, obviously this is kind of just that one department. Depending on, if you are larger and some of these responsibilities are scaled out to multiple IT groups, then it's really up to them for those administrative groups, like it says, to build those documents of an operating system with all the appropriate configurations and software, right? So you need to have that baseline in place for all of these components, for your server, for your laptops. What does that standard baseline configuration look like? Standard image look like for your organization, or for the varying roles within your organization even. So it kind of goes through a checklist here. All build documents should be reviewed to ensure compliance with the configuration requirements. Should be used rather than out-of-the-box configurations. So when you're purchasing something, you should make sure that you're ensuring it complies with your configuration standards, and then upgrading those out-of-the-box features so that they do comply with those standards. When it needs to updating and patching or hotfix levels that must be applied, post-build processes exceed a reasonable implementation level, or these issues justify a build update. All of those instances are going to require a build configuration to be updated. There's multiple reasons. After you build a standard baseline, that doesn't mean, again, it's going to stay the baseline forever. As things change, as things come into play, patching and all of those components, needing to keep a log of that baseline being updated so you can ensure that you're using the latest one and that you have a good solid image as you're working through implementing these assets. All of those should be updated like we just talked about. Build configuration should provide desired functionality immediately. So this goes into testing. A lot of times in your patching process, you're testing those patches to ensure that they are not going to restrict any functionality on your users before you implement them and push them out into production. So extensive updating, adjusting, and adding of functionality indicate a need to update the build configuration. So, again, if you're having to do a lot of updates and changes after the fact, after the build process is done, then it's time to take a look at that build. Don't just leave it for what it is and then create more work over and over for yourself. Vendor supplied device build documents. So build documents supplied by vendors should be reviewed against your configuration requirements as listed in the document and in the downloads here. Anything that doesn't meet your requirements needs to go through an exception request process. Understanding the patching, who's going to conduct patching, and that routine patching, how it's going to be addressed. We're seeing less of this, but if you are working with maybe medical devices or things under FDA purview, if something you think needs to be updated from a security component, then and you go back to the vendor and they tell you that it's FDA certification, they can't change anything. That's not truly the case. They can do patching and keep things up to date and keep certificates up to date and all of those things. It doesn't mean that they have to get a new FDA certification, and FDA knows that, and so it's not a real thing. So make sure that you're working through those components and working through any hurdles that come into your play to make sure that you're meeting these standards and guidelines to the best of your ability and aligning to them as you release things into your environment. The other component when you're looking at this and after you're done documenting these standards and guidelines is possibly looking at assets that you've already deployed into your environment. So remediation of existing devices. These standards will help to ensure the secure configuration of newly implemented systems, but existing systems may remain insecure. Standards should be used to review those existing systems and then send them through a remediation process, right? You can track that through a risk register type of document as vulnerabilities, put some risk ratings on them and then put them through a remediation process. So the process maintenance, secure configuration standard needs to be reviewed annually or as required. So if you're doing significant changes in your environment, you're probably going to want to take a look at this secure configuration standard and update it accordingly. But at least annually, take a look to make sure it still is applicable and it's still up to date with what's being used and what needs to happen in your environment. Updates should be reviewed by various technical stakeholders. Again, what that means for your organization. Final configuration changes are approved by the owner and management. So system owner, management staff, just appropriate parties across the organization. As you download the Excel document, it's going to have a number of tabs across the bottom, and we'll get into it. But what the IT standard configuration guidelines often look like are broken into your standard layers here. So you have your 5 core layers. You have network, server, application, database, and desktop. And so we're going to create some standard configurations across all of those. We're going to use this configuration matrix across all of those layers to set some guidelines, set some standards for the implementation of these components for the enterprise, for the organization. So as you kind of go down through there, general configuration components, you'll kind of see as you take a look at that Excel document what that is, and I'll pull it up here in just 1 second. Access configuration, obviously that's what access controls are there. Access user ID, privileges configuration, how are users privileged. Password configuration, file configuration, any log configuration, firewalls that need to be in place, services that need to be a part of those, antivirus. Data integrity configuration is key. Backup and BCP, which is business continuity practices, and disaster recovery configuration. Encryption and network configuration. All right, so it's going to go across all of those components here. I will quickly transition over on the Excel, and we'll pick it up there and do a quick overview of that. You should have probably already downloaded that, and then this document will be as a PDF that you can download too, and we will pick it up on the Excel file. All right, so on the Excel file, you can see here that across the bottom we have all of the layers like we discussed. This first tab just has all of them here. And then it's going to get into all of those, the configuration matrix that we talked about on that slide. Again, general configuration being the first thing here. And then you can kind of take a look on the All tab, at least it's broken out here where it has all of these components. And then we're just documenting through this if it's mandatory or optional. So again, you can kind of set, again, guidelines for the organization. As you look at things, you can identify, is there going to be solutions where this may not be as applicable, where we're okay, where this is kind of an optional control or requirement for solutions. And you can always put that in there. So it's something that you want to see, but if the build process doesn't allow for it, then obviously that's identified as optional there. So these are going to be the components, and you'll just be able to walk through this entire Excel document here and be able to read through all of these components and then make sure that they apply for your environment. How you have things set up, how all of that works, right? Get into access configuration. And make sure that all of it applies and makes sense. Update all of this language so that it's going to work for your organization. And this is something you're going to be able to share, right? Depending on, again, the size of your organization. If you're just in the IT department, or maybe you outsource IT, this is something you can provide to them and say, hey, I need to know how we're doing this. How are we managing this? Can you help me fill in this document? And they'll be able to provide clarification on that. Or if you have kind of multiple IT departments, and then being able to identify who's responsible for what and working with them to identify what makes the most sense from the architecture standpoint. So a lot of times that's how it's going. From a security standpoint, what we're doing is just partnering with the IT departments and then making sure that there's secure processes being implemented into what they're wanting to do, that they're following good architectural habits and secure configuration standards and best practices while they're documenting what's happening here. So you're just going to want to walk through this entire document. Again, you can use this first tab with all of these areas and walk through them, or they are broken out for you in those tabs below. So this is going to take some time. You're going to have to set up a couple meetings maybe with a few different individuals. Start taking a look at this so that you start getting comfortable with each of these sections and what's in them and what's being asked in each of these areas. If you have any questions, make sure you leave it in the comments below, and I'll get back to you right away. And other than that, start cracking away at this. This is going to be a key aspect. This is often something that gets overlooked, but having a standard configuration is something that can really drive the security aspect for your organization. So you don't want to skip past this. It is really essential in building a secure process, right? And secure workflows is making sure that these standards are met, making sure that the people that are implementing the new systems and these setups are understanding why it's important, so that they actually carry out the requirements as we're documenting them here, is all going to be important. So hopefully that was a helpful walkthrough in understanding kind of your secure configuration standards, what goes into them and their purpose. And take your time in going through this. Make sure you get a good document that's really going to outline something that you'll be able to use going into the future. And we'll catch you on the next module. Thank you. Hello everybody, it's David Rauschendorfer, your cybersecurity resource. In this module, we're starting to really get into the meat and potatoes of this course, documenting all of the procedures. Now, the point of this in this setup and in this methodology is that we should be documenting these procedures at the departmental level. Look at your organization, look at your hierarchy, your org chart, make sure it makes sense. Put it in a structure that makes sense. And again, as we've pointed out previously, there may even be instances where there could be kind of units within departments that may need to be called out just based on what they're actually doing for the organization. So we're going to get into these standard operating procedures. Now, before we dive into this actual downloaded document, make sure that you actually download it. And the other thing that I want you to open is your roles by controls matrix. I'm going to swap over to that. All right, you're going to want to make sure that you're using this. This is really where this starts to come into play in these aspects, right? The point of when you're starting out and documenting your standard operating procedures is you either want to use your department first or kind of one of the core IT departments first, kind of go in that order, either yourself or work through the IT department, because obviously as you go down this list here, you probably identified that somewhat of some department within IT holds a lot of responsibility over these controls, things of that nature, depending on how your setup is. So, working through their procedural documents makes going through the departments a whole lot easier, where a lot of the departments are not going to have the same level of responsibility, right? Looking back at this controls list and in the legend, are they responsible, accountable, consulted, or informed? at the departmental level, what level of accountability are they for, access control, again, looking at that software inventory, understanding that if that department has any applications that they may be working with that aren't currently listed on the inventory, and who does kind of the access control for those, if they're third-party assets, things like that. So starting with yourself is going to be a key, or again, one of those IT departments, because they're going to hold so much responsibility through these documents, and then you can really pare down the procedural documentation once you start having the conversation with the department managers in what only they're responsible for. So their procedural documents are going to be a lot smaller, but again, really just apply to them. So a lot more applicable to them taking a look at it rather than them taking a look at this entire, huge controls document, which should be referenced. You should have that for reference for anybody that wants to see what is being in place for these controls, so they can look at the procedural documents and kind of get an outline of what's being done there, so they understand it. But that can easily be set up and just made available depending on how your shared drive and all of that is, how you're sharing your data. So on your intranet. So again, this is going to be key. You're going to reference this roles by control matrix to start identifying which departments you're going to look at first, right? These are likely going to be all of the departments you're going to work with to come up with procedural documentation. And so here you're going to outline all that, and then you're going to switch back over to the actual document itself. So once you have this document that you can download with this course module here, we can just look at it. Again, remember, you're looking to create a procedure document for a specific kind of department. So, asset management are going to be key components here. Business environment. We'll kind of walk through at a high level what this document covers. Your governance, oversight, conducting risk assessments, your full risk management program, supply chain risk management, identity management and access control, awareness and training, data security, information protection processes and procedures, covers your change management, backup, DR, some vulnerability management, remote maintenance. You have your protective technology, network and third parties. You want to cover your anomalies and events with your baseline configurations and being able to report on that. And security continuous monitoring, having all of these ongoing validations and assessments. So this is going to be covered. There is a lot of detail through these, so you're going to be able to see this. Again, in the purpose here being to take a look at this at the team, department name level. The goal of this is to kind of maintain the confidentiality of data, ensure system availability, guarantee the integrity of company systems, and be in compliance with any relevant laws and regulations, right? And in order to do that, you have to know where your data is going, where it's being shared, all of those things. So getting down to the department level, having conversations about their core workflows gives you those insights, and ensuring secure practices are being implemented across those. So from just thinking about the list with the purpose of this, getting down to the team department, once you actually document the IT teams in a lot of these areas,
you can see that, you're really going to be able to kind of shrink these down a lot for the departments in kind of what they're responsible for. So, they have an understanding. They should definitely know how, any of their applications are being backed up and things of that nature. But, a lot of those aspects are just going to be already covered because you would have already basically built out this procedural document with your IT team covering how they're going to manage all of those aspects. So you're going to scale it up, scale it down as it's appropriate for the department that you're going to be interviewing to set this up. A little background, kind of giving some understanding what this is, covering kind of the NIST CSF framework. Contains company security policy statements. Each department, team, or application has independent management over any of these controls, is required to document the controls under their management, right? So if the department ran out and bought some new shiny toy and nobody was made aware of it, they are responsible for managing that. Where a control or a set of controls is not under their management, it should document briefly the department, team, application that is managing that control or set of controls. So you're going to have this document, right? Now, there's a lot of details, a lot of, bullet points, setup, context, meat to this document. It's really going to be up to you to go in and customize it for your organization. Read through these statement points, read through these workflows, make sure that it makes sense for your business, make sure that it's something that you're actually doing or working towards in your procedures for securing your business processes and workflows. And so all of these just are going to need to be documented and reviewed. So again, looking at the departmental level, again, looking at it from yourself, what are you responsible for, setting that kind of up, getting a feel for it, then, taking a big chunk, working with the IT teams and, who likely hold the bulk of the responsibility in some of those controls. And documenting out their components will just make everything so much easier as you go down the road to work out the full procedural document for each department, right? Makes it a whole lot easier. There's a lot of enterprise applications and things people are using, but there are often, unique workflows, unique applications, solutions, assets that departments are utilizing that you need to understand what they are, how data is being processed through them, and what that means for your organization in these processes and how that applies to the organization's security policy. So that's really this component for these procedures. The only aspect for maintaining this on an ongoing basis is you're going to want to maybe review it on an annual basis. So, if you have significant changes going on in your environment, you're really changing the whole solutions, you're moving completely to the cloud, whatever it may be, you can complete that and then update these procedures to make them apply to your new environment. But you do want to make sure that you're working through these, updating the context that's in this documentation, making sure that you're filling in how you're meeting these control requirements, and being able to show that through the different departments' procedures. So it should be pretty easy. You just review them on an annual basis, makes it very easy. A lot of departments aren't going to have a lot of change. The organization itself may not have change. Maybe it didn't go through a lot of change. And so it's just kind of a review. Yep, these all still apply. Nothing, new and significant needs to be updated there. But
checking them to make sure they still apply. It still goes great. They work well with training new hires and things of that nature as well, right? You're giving them something that directly applies to them in their department, in their role, in the business processes you're asking them to perform. So it's a lot more applicable when they're actually signing things, saying that they're receiving these policies and all of these standards that they have to comply with. When you start documenting out those procedures, that's where those policies take action for those employees, because it's dictating, how they're complying with those policies through their current workflows, even though if they don't understand that today or not, right? So that's how that's working. So we're going to go through. This gives you some of the background for each of these. Again, at this point, this becomes your document to maintain for your organization. You can start setting things up differently, however you see fit. But looking through just even this index, it's easy to see, what areas may apply or not apply for different departments, and then being able to kind of filter those in and out so that you can fill in the gaps for what's needed, and then kind of being able to save that for that department, right? So hopefully that's helpful. If you have any questions as you go through this, please let me know. Leave some comments below this video, and I'll reach out and we'll work through those. But you should be able to kind of work through, again, looking at your department and which departments you want to address first. If you want to just set it up for yourself and kind of walk through it and get a feel for it, and then work from there to be able to span out to the following departments. And really just starting to talk to them and work through them. It's a great way to create a great business relationship, a great partnership between the security team and the business, itself, and the people in the operations of the business. So, create those relationships, be a partner for them, helping them kind of enhance workflows however possible as you go through this. If you understand, certain departments are working with applications, and, as you hear more about the different department workflows, and there's opportunities for other departments to take part in solutions that are already being utilized, then, make that connection and kind of be that business leader to drive those conversations to see if that's going to help, right? And so you can become a great business partner to these different departments by being able to do things like that. So this is your time to do those things as you work through each of the departments in the procedural documentation. All of this is available there for you. You can remember breaking that down, using that roles by control matrix, and then working through each department uniquely. All right, again, if you have any questions, just leave us comments below or reach out, and we'll get right back to you and help you through this however you need. All right, we'll catch you on the next module. Thank you. Enjoy getting to know your business partners and the workflows of the business. This does take a little bit of time to get in there and do this on top of, your probably other jobs or hats that you're wearing. So, just schedule this out and start working through it. It becomes a great resource to have, and it's a great opportunity to make those connections. So we'll catch you on the next module, and good luck. Hello everybody, it's David Rauschendorfer, your cybersecurity resource. And in this module, we're going to talk about moving beyond this course. What do your next steps look like? what should you be anticipating, what you should be looking for as you come to kind of documenting out all of these policies, procedures, getting them approved by appropriate management, and communicating them out to your organization. What comes beyond those things, So this is really your core security program, that information security program. But you probably heard me discuss before or throughout the course, or since you've been following me, talking about the 4 core security pillars within any cybersecurity program for an organization. Now, those 4 pillars are these located here. So again, that information security program, which you're just getting through, great job. Make sure you pat yourself on the back for that. It's an amazing step forward in securing your organization's data and protecting their reputation and brand. So it's a great step, and it's going to catalyst you into these next steps, where your other core program is going to be your risk management program, how you're managing risk. And we do talk about some of that within the procedural documentation that you went through, right? You saw that there is some of that. So putting some more governance and structure behind that, defining more roles and responsibilities and reporting to make sure that we're getting and communicating that risk to the appropriate parties is going to be further defined in capturing a full risk management program. Then you really have your vulnerability management, identifying vulnerabilities, understanding what vulnerabilities you have in your environment, anticipating being made aware of new vulnerabilities as they're identified, things of those nature. Being able to have the appropriate governance and structure around those components and what gets done with that is going to be vital as well, and that's going to be defined within your vulnerability management program. And then key is going to be your incident management program. And again, we go through some of that graciously through the procedures that you actually defined, right? But getting a little further into that, an incident response management team, the governance structure behind that, all of the appropriate parties within that incident committee, and moving those things forward, and all of the governance and all of the appropriate parties that go into that, right? So a lot of that gets defined as you're going through these procedural documentations. When you're actually outlining that from a program perspective, you're just getting a higher viewpoint, making sure you have the right eyes, roles, and responsibilities, the scope appropriate for that incident management team, and understanding kind of the levels of authority outside of that team, and when and where individuals may need to be included or possibly communicated with about your incidents as they come up. So defining that further through that incident management program. So really, this is where it's going to go. There's no way for me to come in and tell you that, this is the next step you should be doing, right? It really depends on your program and where you're at today within your security program on what you need to address. If you're really unsure and you really just don't have any idea what you need to be working on, besides, obviously as you've gone through a number of these policies and the standards and guidelines, you identify things that need to be worked on. You probably have your hands full with a number of projects that are taking place. And so it's not very likely you don't have anything that you need to be working on. But in the sense that you're still looking for some direction, what I would recommend oftentimes is bringing in somebody from Cybersecurity Resource to conduct a risk assessment for you and really start highlighting where your security gaps are compared to your requirements as you're facing them for the type of data and type of management that you're conducting through those business workflows. So that's going to provide you some insight into some gaps that you should be working towards to further securing that data, meeting those requirements, protecting your information, all of those concepts. So if you're really looking for next directions or what you should be addressing or what you should be working on, that's often a great step to do, and we can help you prioritize and categorize those things through your risk register and give you that corrective action plan to move forward with, so you're on a good foot. So those are my recommendations. This is just a wrap up to make sure that you're comfortable in understanding that once you complete this program, there's always some next steps. There's always going to be things that you can mature, things that you can address further in your security program. So there's always something that you should be looking at, right? Technologies are always changing, things of that nature, and due to that, you're going to be always constantly updating your security controls to make sure they're meeting the latest and greatest requirements and having the features and functionality that you want them to have as those things change. So make sure that you have that next step that you're going to take after this course. You probably, again, have that laundry list of projects that you're going to be working on. That is, this process is really kind of uncovered for you to take a look at. So if you need any assistance, make sure you're reaching out. If you have any questions about next steps or risk assessments or anything of that nature, make sure you just reach out to us here at Cybersecurity Resource. Leave some comments below and we'll get back to you if you have any questions. But other than that, we're going to move towards kind of wrapping things up here in this course. Again, great job, great effort that you've done in developing this documentation. It's a lot of hard work putting all of this together for the first time around. It gets a whole lot easier as you get into renewals and all of those things. It becomes a very easy, streamlined process. It's the initial build out that takes a little bit of time. So, congratulations on making it this far, and we're going to catch you in the next module as we move to wrap things up here. All right, thank you. Hello everybody, it's David Rauschendorfer, your cybersecurity resource, and welcome to the final module here for your information security program. Congratulations in getting this far in the program. You've done some tremendous work. I just want to reiterate any sentiment that passed previously. It's a lot of work to really sit down and do this for your organization, but the benefit that you're going to see from it for the years to come is going to be exponential, and you're going to be seen as that true business partner and classic hero from your IT to business solutions aspects for your organization. So in this segment, we're just really kind of wrapping things up. We want to go back and reiterate what we've kind of looked at. So we talked about your cybersecurity policy, your information security policy for your organization, really sitting at that spearhead. That's the first aspect that we uncovered and dove into, right? We covered all of those aspects. Again, this is covering the NIST CSF framework. So you went through and documented out all of those thou shall not statements and updated that policy to make it your own so it fits your organizational requirements. Next, we really got into your IT standards and guidelines, kind of being that meat in this sandwich here. So those standards and guidelines are really dictating how you're governing all of these information assets across your organization and those requirements as you bring on new solutions into your environment as well. And last but definitely not least, we really broke into the procedural documentation. So we had some great documents that you were able to download, take advantage of, and discussed in that module, kind of breaking those out to each department for what they are responsible for based on that roles by controls matrix that you did in the very beginning of this course, right? And then again, documenting and understanding if there are any additional software or solutions that you're unaware of that that department is working with. That all comes into highlight when you're identifying and documenting these workflows for those departments and the security propositions within those workflows. So that's been kind of the meat that we've gone over, how all of these work together. Hopefully you fully understand how you want these to all work together, to combine and really drive that security posture for your organization. So make sure that those policies aren't going to be sitting on the shelf collecting dust, never to be used again, right? Those procedures are going to be a lot more streamlined, a lot more impactful at the department level. You're really going to understand those business workflows. You're going to be able to ensure secure practices are being introduced into those business workflows because you're going to be able to discuss that with those department managers and be able to implement those, and again, becoming that true business partner for those departments and helping them through all of their IT systems and solution requirements as you go through that. So again, hopefully this was impactful for you. Hopefully you understand this methodology. It was easy to follow. If you have any recommendations, please make sure to leave them in the comments below so we can ever make this course better and better as time goes on for other individuals that are looking to, update their methodology and really have an impactful cybersecurity environment, cybersecurity initiative within their organization. All right, thanks for joining the course. And again, make sure you leave us some comments, leave us some recommendations, reach out to us if you have any cybersecurity needs.